Hi, everybody. It's me, Sergato. Please. Game. Game. Hold on. I know how to fix this. This happened last time. Let's see Thieves. No?
Hey, come over here. I have a favor to ask.
Well, I get that, but hold on. I gotta get the... Cahill, are you talking? Oh my god, you're so quiet. Hold on. Alright, Cahill. Try now. No?
Being immersed in a good life, I don't care. They're a bunch of nerds. Just a whole bunch of nerds. So, the good
Man,
life
you're like not audible at all for me, Cahill. What's going on here, buddy?
Actually, well, kind of.
I don't know why Cahill's so quiet.
Let's talk about this before.
Try to get that fixed as well. Hold on one second.
What I'm doing right now.
And also get the game to actually capture properly.
To stream my Microsoft.
That's the one, yep.
Which is only running Sea of Thieves.
There we go. Okay, got the game capture properly working.
Hey,
right now.
Cahill,
I have a favor to
can you
ask.
hear me in Discord? You are very quiet.
Feet to my right, where my Mac laptop is. Now this might horribly fail. We'll see. Y'all let me know if this is better than 5 frames a second, or if that would just be better. Are we gonna die? We might die. Wait, no.
Oh, I can hear Cahill now.
Going in the opposite direction. Is that our ship?
Yes.
Oh my goodness.
What happened?
Well, this is what I get for being in Sea of Thieves for more than 5 seconds.
Do we have Reapers attacking Cahill? Is that what's going on here? Cahill, hello? I don't think Cahill can hear me.
Is someone on a ship, or is that just floating in the water? I can't hear stars. It's excited.
Yeah, I can hear you now. I don't know if my chat can hear you though.
Okay, start talking.
Yes, I am talking. Hello, Cahill.
Star is talking and I cannot hear. Oh wait, you know what it might be? I can't hear Sargoda. Yeah, this is it. Okay, I don't know why it's like that. Hello. Star.
No, I'm just fucking with you. Hey, how's it going?
Okay, I was about to say. I already fucked it up. For some reason it was like, okay.
I had to put you at 200, and even then you're still pretty quiet for me, honestly, but it's fine.
I'm sorry. Oh, Sargoda's very loud. Let me turn Sargoda a little down.
Hello, everybody. Let me be loud, Godo.
Hello. That was an incredibly loud Sargoda. Okay, you know what? Yeah, I think that's like screen tear or whatever. I couldn't tell you. I don't know why it does that. Actually.
I haven't seen anything. I'm out of wood, though. So.
I think I. Oh no, here it is. That's right. I think I just lost it that I bought with my money. Also, did you say what's happening with the game in terms of will it last like super annoying or just like a weird game?
I can turn it up in the other source, too. Hold on. Pick.
I'm doing my best with this setup.
Cahill, how you doing?
It is a thing and a half.
Okay, I think... How's that pick? Oop, not ship side. That was me misclicking. Sorry.
You're good. Weird visual thing. Okay, that's I can accept that. Oh, I can accept that. There was a ship there the other. Oh, there is a ship. Hello, sir. Are you really about to attack us? We just started.
I mean, mostly Cahill just wants to talk to me about why they think the Pirates movies are actually good, and I disagree with everything without it.
Kind of
I don't think we're planning on theoretically actually doing anything.
I mean, we were saying we were going to do a voyage.
I mean, I don't really need to do that. I don't think.
Oh my.
With how bad the fort thing is, I don't know if you've done them yet.
I mean, I like the forts. I think they're cool.
The fortresses are cool, but then the deed in the 2-week time period to find all the people is a pain in the butt.
Oh, that's a thing?
Because basically every fort always has one NPC guaranteed, and then there's 2 other ones that randomly spawn in, and you have to find all 10 of them.
Oh.
To whatever, so it's like playing a gacha game. I've been to like 10 forts, and I'm still missing 3 people.
Oh, we're gonna die, huh?
You're gonna die.
We'll just talk to
Hey, what are your feelings on Dead Man's Chest? Is it a good movie? There's nobody on this boat.
Oh man. Oh, it also has a Flying Dutchman set. That's interesting.
So I'm gonna go ahead and send this ship elsewhere, I guess.
Yeah. Wait, does it have shit though?
No, there's nothing on it.
Damn. But if everything seems okay, I'm content to continue. But yeah.
You find somebody? What are you fighting with over there?
What? Hello?
Hello, I saw explosions. What's going on?
Was there an explosion?
There was, near you, and you shot your gun.
Oh. No, I didn't shoot my gun. I don't think I shot my gun. I don't know what would have caused me to shoot my gun.
Oh my gosh, cool.
Oh, there is a fight. Oh, okay. There's a guy here. It's cool of him.
Dang it, I sent his ship off without starting on fire.
Yeah, destroyed it. When you said send it off, I thought you meant...
I would like to point out that I nailed that shot, chat.
I think Sargota's doing great already. But you know what, Sargota? The fact you haven't already broken down into insanity.
I'm anticipating it.
I was double gunning before. No, I'm not.
Hello, Mr. AI. Have yourself a good day, friend.
Don't come back. This is our shit. I have a voyage up to 200.
Yeah, the supply is really nice in the forts, I agree. The pistol parrot is amazing! Why would you be upset with the pistol parrot? It's perfect.
The pistol parrot. Where's the pistol parrot?
That's the pistol I'm using currently.
Oh, you mean the one where its mouth is...
Yeah, I have a couple of those. Yeah. I always say, Polly wants you to die.
Oh my goodness.
Before I shoot him.
No, that's not... I don't think that's a good one-liner.
It's an amazing one-liner!
Yeah. 3 out of 10.
Oh. So the thing is that doing the forts makes it... There's, like no... After doing the entire adventure, we only got to, like, Athena's level 3. The other night. And since you're not getting any Athena's... loot... It doesn't work towards the ledger stuff, like, at all, right? So... There's really no point in it from, like, what we want to do today. So if you want to do, like, an actual voyage for it, I'm fine. Or whatever, I don't really care.
I mean, okay. Do you want to do a fort? That's up to you. I thought we could just chill and fail, but...
Well, yeah, I know, but, like, you haven't done the thing yet, right?
No, but I was going to do it later. It wasn't that big to me to do it, like, right now. Unless people want to see content.
It's your call.
And content. I'm okay with doing a voyage. I had one sitting in my inventory, so if you're cool with that, I don't have any problems. Maybe chat might have some problems, but...
I don't care about chat.
No one does. There's too much chat. So if you want to vote...
So why do pirates have the best pasta? Because they use salty water when they're cooking it, like you should when you're making your pasta? That's your logical answer, not your joke answer.
They have the best pasta because they use oregano, which is fun because that could just be a joke. Like that could be the end of any joke.
That's fair.
Spices and pirates.
Hey, come over here.
I don't want.
I have a favor to ask.
I don't want to talk to you. All right. Well, I threw my dagger on the Athena's emissary thing. That guy is coming back, by the way.
He is? Okay.
Yeah.
Let's get the way.
You need to go vote for Athena's first.
I did. Did I not vote for Athena's?
Cahill, I hate to break this to you.
I did not vote. No, I didn't vote. It does not say I can vote for or unvote for the quest.
No, not the quest. Emissary, my dude.
Oh, emissary. I thought that. Well, we're gonna sync first, though.
We're not gonna sync.
Gotta go up the hill.
It's still pretty quiet on the stream side. Well, that's because Cahill is just quiet too. I can boost him a little more. Give me 1 second.
Alright, is this better? Moving my mic slightly closer. A massive gap in audio.
Please. Cahill, help. Hurry up. Please.
I'm running. You're the one who decided this. We really shouldn't do the, like, emissary.
Please?
gap.
Okay, it's up now. Good. Look, I don't mind pulling the ship out, but I needed that first.
Oh, yeah, you can do that by yourself.
How did that not hit the ship? Do I have cannonballs on
Get
me?
over here. You absolute bastard.
Talking to me?
It's weird how Pirates teams are starting this.
Yeah, well, it's fine. Yeah, Cahill, all you have to do is yell. Actually, now you're at 200% in Discord, and I have you maxed out on the, like, mixer as well, so... I literally can't do anything more from my side.
I literally don't know what wait a minute. Is my Discord settings on this? Wacky and wild. Voice and video. Nope, my input volume's all the way up. So I don't know, man. I do not know.
Cahill, you wanna maybe get on that cannon?
I should get on the cannon. Hello, sir. He's not gonna get away with that.
I gotta go straighten out. I was gonna hit the end.
Well, I jumped off by accident. It was on accident.
Why don't I believe you? Bill's jumping off on purpose. Ooh. Did you get aboard their ship?
Yeah, and I stopped his anchor.
Good work.
Thanks.
I'm proud of you.
I try. I do try.
I may disagree with you and your feelings on your favorite trilogy of movies.
Well, that's because you have no movie taste.
Oh. That's what we're starting with, is your argument?
Yes, my starting argument is that Pagoda has no movie taste. I was setting this man's ship on fire.
Well, I see.
He's not going to recover after this.
Aren't there 5?
I mean, where do you want to start with this? The great pirate debate.
Well, I want you to start. Because I've already, given you my thesis on this.
Are you blowing his ship to smithereens?
No, I just drove our ship into it.
Okay. Oh, well, that's going to hurt us also.
Yeah.
Where is he?
Probably on our ship. Try to save trouble.
I tried jumping on our ship. It didn't work. I mean, what were you thinking? Because, like, I'm ready to start wherever. I have a couple pages of notes. So, what were you thinking was gonna, what form would it take? Are we just gonna go through the movies chronologically?
I mean, I guess I can give you my overall thesis statement, and then you can go from there, I suppose.
That works.
Okay.
If you're feeling that.
All right, so I'll give my opening argument, okay? So, a brief history of the Pirates movies from Sargato, all right? So, basically, what you need to understand is I saw the first Pirates movie when I was at a drinking party in high school with a crowded group of people, okay? And we were all sitting around, having a good time watching the movie. So I was not, like, in a cinema. I was not, like, in an isolated situation where I had rented the VHS tape and taken it home and been like, oh, lordy, I sure do hope that Disney gives me one of these tasty pirate adventures, I saw it as natural as you can be out in the wild, right?
As wild as it can get.
And then I went and saw the second movie, all right, in theaters. And then the third one, the first time I ever saw it, I was at a drive-in theater, and it was the second movie attached to something else I was there to see. So it was like a freebie movie basically for me, and like that is the initial watching of these films in my lexicon. Okay, and I think that's important just to so you can note, right? Since then, I have watched them each at least 3 times. Okay, with this most recent rewatch. And I will probably never watch it World's End ever again. But my basic theory is that the movies start off really, really quite good. That the first Pirates movie is a fantastic nautical tale. The mystical fantasy elements are well adapted to the screen, and that it's a fun, good time, basically, right? And basically, as the movies continue on, the quality begins to degrade, and there's very big cinematic problems. There's big narrative problems from my perspective, and like I would never say like they're like really, really bad movies. It's not like Troll 2 or anything like that, right? But like by the third pirate movie, like I am no longer having like a great time with this series as a whole, right? And then my little addendum there is I think Pirates 4 is a fantastic movie. Because I think it goes back to a lot of the things that... How did you die?
Well, I don't know. I just kept taking damage on the ship. Did it fix it? Yeah, I think that seems to have fixed it. You really just need to leave this outpost. Like, at all.
Yes, there are 5 pirate movies. No. And Pirate Movie 5 is just awful. And I was thinking originally I would watch 4 again just to be able to highlight all the things I loved about 4, but like World's End is like 3.5 hours long. It's such a long movie.
Yeah, and I love it. That was part. That was part of it. That was part of the thing I noted. I was like, oh, this movie is actually like 2 hours, which I think is good.
The third one, it's like 3.5.
No, we'll get to this. We'll get to my thing later.
I'm looking up the runtime right now because it took me like 3 sittings to get through that stupid thing.
Oh my goodness. Well, that sounds. You're the one who took up this quest.
Oh, I'm sorry. 2 hours and 48 minutes. Okay.
Exactly.
Yeah. Okay.
But
3 hours.
Which is shockingly close to 3 hours.
Yeah.
Although we're still not on the quest.
We're not on the what?
We're heading. You don't got a heading.
Oh, you want to do the quest. That's right. Let me vote on your thing. Sorry.
Yeah. So, I mean, I guess I can talk about it because Pirates is my favorite movie trilogy of all time. I have seen Star Wars. I have seen Lord of the Rings. I still prefer Pirates over both of them. Any Star Wars trilogy and the one Lord of the Rings trilogy. But yeah, I mean, I watched this one back. You know, I tried to take a look at it from different perspectives. I still loved it. That didn't really change. Nothing really changed in that respect. So I'm sorry if I'm not as critical of these movies as I could be, but I think they're all, you know, just a good narrative time. Like I don't think the fun stops at movie 2 at all. I think it is at honestly I do believe that like the first one is the weaker ones just because of hello? Why am I dying again?
You think the first one is the weakest of the 3?
Yeah. I get a good standalone narrative, but I think what the rest of the trilogy has to offer.
Oh my god. How are we gonna get through this?
Oh my goodness. Well, maybe you need to have an open mind. Maybe you need to not be so begrudging about these great nautical adventures. That I'll be taking you on. I mean, I don't know. Like, there's a lot of material to cover here. I died again. One of the first things I noted when I was watching it, something I've noticed for the first time, is that my working theory currently is that Will Turner is a moron. And like that's not a criticism of the character. I don't think these movies have idiot plots per se. I think part of Will Turner's character is that he is in fact an idiot. And I kind of enjoyed that about him. So we can go over the first one. Like, I have a lot of thoughts, but we can go over what makes the first one good. I mean, talking about narrative structure and everything, because I was looking at that. I did a bit of research, not tons on like the actual making of the movie, just like general research about things I was actually curious about.
Mm-hmm.
And one of the things I I came across and noted was that part of the challenge in actually making this first movie, especially since it was the first Pirates movie, was making pirates likable, because they have a history of being bad guys. So the writers were like, okay, we gotta make one of these pirate characters enjoyable. And I think that it's interesting how that plays into the movie, because you kind of have different alignments, like three of the main characters, weirdly enough, scale on different parts of the alignment chart. Norrington is lawful good.
In the first movie.
Neutral good. Jack is chaotic good. And
Jack is not chaotic good.
what did you say? He is chaotic neutral.
Jack is incredibly self-serving, right? It's whatever is in the best. Like, that's the one through line throughout all the movies, right? Even the fourth, fifth.
I would, but because here's the thing, there is an important part of his character, and it plays through the whole thing to the end. And one of the reasons I love the third movie so much is that there isn't actually like an important part of his character that I think keeps him from being evil, as opposed to Barbossa, which is near in the movie. 100%, he kills and murders.
Yeah, but okay, so like here's the thing, right? So you can do good things and still be an evil person, right?
Well, I still don't think Jack is an evil person. Like, I think he's a dick. He's definitely a dick to people occasionally, but he's not. I don't think he's evil. I mean, so here's the larger part of it, and this is something I noted in the first movie. And again, I like how it plays into the rest of the trilogy, in the first one, is that Jack's whole thing, like literally his defining characteristic, and his driving force, outside of like all the memes and the TV whatevers, is he desires freedom. So Jack's whole thing isn't that he wants to be a pirate because he necessarily likes being a pirate. He likes to be a pirate because he likes going places and seeing things and being able to do whatever he wants. Whereas Barbossa is a mirror to that in the fact that he is 100% super on board with being a pirate and likes everything about it, especially the violent parts. For sure, the violent parts. He likes murder. He likes doing whatever it is he likes. And honestly, it's
eating apples.
Into the second movie, because they talk about how Jack lost the pearl, Barbossa took it over, and you see that playing out again at the beginning of the second movie, because Jack is doing the same thing. He's not doing what a pirate crew necessarily wants. He's just doing whatever the fuck he wants. Makes some of his crew not like that.
Can't believe you just dropped the anchor. Ah!
Yeah. I'm gonna ignore. If you thought I was only gonna annoy you with that, with the movies, then you got another thing coming.
Ah!
So yeah.
Is Cracker's Fall where we're going?
What?
Are we trying to go to Cracker's Fall?
I pulled the anchor because of that thing right there. We're near the beach. Well, not near the beach. Right
Good.
Place where
We're good. This is fine.
So yeah, and it's such a major part of his character. So Jack is honestly, and I know this is gonna sound wild if you're just kind of watching it and just being like, oh, whatever, who cares? But Jack is shockingly close to pacifistic in the way he handles things. Like it's a minor part of his character because you kind of get caught up in what What is Okay, Sargoda, I'm quitting out and I'm coming back.
Did you die again?
No, when I step onto things, I get hurt. Just inherently. There's just pain with me stepping
Okay.
for some reason. I don't understand. But watching back, so Jack threatens Elizabeth, but never actually, you know, kills her. He doesn't kill any of. Jack doesn't. I just realized this. Jack doesn't kill a British soldier in the first movie for sure throughout the entire. He is more concerned with escaping them than. What was I thinking of? Than fighting them. The only person he actually attacks, like outright, well, not attacks, but outright tries to kill is Barbossa. Even Will, when they're fighting and he's trying to get past Will, Barbossa, like, Jack doesn't, like, he wicket hesitates. Like, he does not want to kill Will in the slightest. And it's not just because of the shot thing, his literal Chekhov's gun. He doesn't want to kill someone for no reason. And that plays through to the end where he doesn't kill a single person until you get to Barbossa, who he kills both for his own gain and to save Elizabeth's life. And again, I think it's cool how it comes into play with later parts in the movies. Deja's here. Hi, Deja. Talking about pirates.
Hello, Deja.
Yeah. So, I don't really have comments on the rest of it other than the mirror between Barbossa.
You mean the foil relationship between Barbossa and Jack?
Yeah, Barbossa and Jack.
Yeah.
And I mean, and another thing these movies just kind of do well is that, you know, you like the
Whoa, hold on. Before you dive, I have thoughts about your statements about Jack. So
that's fine. No, I'm not going to dive into more.
Let me counter that before we go any further. Okay.
Yeah, no.
Like I don't necessarily think that you're wrong that like Jack prioritizes freedom, right? But they do very clearly in that first movie also highlight the fact that like he still is like very much into treasure and stuff like that, right? The reason why they're on the island of the dead to get the Aztec treasure is because that's what Jack's mission was. Like all of them together were working on getting to that gold on their own. But before, of course, it happened, they got betrayed, right? So in that first movie, the arc really is. Sorry, go ahead. Yes, sorry, what?
I was just saying that Jack got betrayed. The rest of them were fine.
Right, yeah, Mutiny Against and Bootstrap and his betrayal as well, and blah blah blah, whatever. It doesn't matter. So the point though is really though in the first movie, Jack's only goal, right, is to get the pearl back. And the thing is that like you're not wrong again by kind of stating and alluding to the fact that Jack prioritizes the freedom that piracy is, and when piracy is really romanticized. Those are the things that most people talk about, right? They talk about the fact that, like, well, it was a truly democratic way of handling things in the ship most of the time, right? And the mutinies and the absolute freedom, and those are the things that are looked at and kind of praised, like, oh, the age of pirates, this is the stuff it did well for society and things, right? And obviously that is what the writers were trying to lean into with Jack's character as much as they could, right? But ultimately, there's two fatal flaws with that argument, especially in the first movie. Number one, Jack got off the island, right? So the fact that he wasn't trapped on the island or ended up committing suicide with the single shotgun or whatever, he had the freedom to go do whatever he wanted to do in the world, right? But that grudge, right, and that knowledge that there's this island that still has an incredible amount of treasure remaining on it was the lure that brings Jack and Barbossa into conflict in the first movie, right? Yeah. He wants that ship back. Now, he could have just taken the Interceptor. Or another ship, right? Gwen got a different one, and Gwen got a different crew, and started doing his freedom type stuff, whatever like that, right? But he leans into that revenge. He leans into wanting specifically his ship back, and that is not the actions of somebody who is like true neutral or a true pacifist, right? Like this is somebody who still is leaning into their very selfish and true desires, basically, right?
I will say this, like,
hey,
you definitely helped me on trying to make Jack in the good scale, but again, he's definitely not an evil person. That doesn't mean he's not a selfish asshole. That is literally the other defining part of his character. That's another defining characteristic of him. But
I mean, if we're using D&D alignments, I feel like he's neutral evil, basically, right? Because it's pretty much acting and whatever is his best interest is what drives him forward. Now, here's the argument, obviously, right? Because I know the one thing that you'll turn to is like, well, then why does he do the thing he does at the end of the third movie that I'm going to allude to, but not actually give the details on? It's because that, in the end, was for himself as well. The difference is, by that point, Jack has developed a friendship and connections with these other characters, and thereby it's still selfish, but it's helping them for his own benefit, if that makes sense, right?
Because that is the thing, like, Jack, again, I wouldn't say evil, but Jack is a selfish, indulgent person. Like, I think one of the things I wanted to point to at least was kind of the biggest theme running through the first movie is doing something good within the confines of the law versus outside of it. You know,
yes.
What is socially acceptable to do, and then what is out there and not acceptable, but still maybe a right thing to do.
Right, I think that Barbossa's line, about the pirate code, pretty much highlights that perfectly. What their theory and what they're trying to get across is, right?
Like, because you could argue that, and maybe this is why I'm trying to say Jack is neutral, like he's not in that evil thing, is because if you have these characters highlighting like different, I don't want to say forms of piracy, because what I'm really talking about is like, I guess almost vigilantism. I don't know, what is doing a good illegal thing called? A white collar crime?
Something like that. Usually it's like you're following your morals rather than the law, basically.
Yeah, exactly. But you have Will, who is like, he is trying to be a good person, and society has conditioned him to thinking that means X amount of things, when like it could be another number of different kinds of things, which he finds out at the end of the first movie. Then you have Jack, who isn't necessarily malicious as a pirate, he's just kind of out for himself. And then you have Barbossa, who is actively the villain of the movie.
Oh yeah.
So at the very least, I think it like illustrates that is what this movie is trying to say. And I will say, to your credit for not liking them, just as like a general thing about like why this isn't none of these are perfect movies, is that there's a lot of chaff on these movies. Like, like I am in love with what I see as its golden heart, but at the same time, there's a lot of trappings that surround that are much easier to get caught up in, as opposed to kind of the core good things about the movie.
Yeah, and I want to be very clear here. I love the first movie. Like, the first Pirates movie, like, is amazing. I think the pacing is quite well done. The conflict is interesting. The kind of twists are good, and a lot of that I think has to do with the fact that like, and this happens very often in movies, right? Where when you have a more restrictive budget, or you're starting off with a kind of a new idea or kind of a new franchise, right? You're limited in the scope of some of the things you can potentially accomplish, right? And those restrictions and that foundation of what traps you to needing to make adjustments or things that leads to a better product in some cases, right? And I feel like that's really true in the Pirates franchise, especially as you get further in my opinion. Because a lot of the things I have problems with, obviously I have some narrative issues as well, right? But the biggest things are they start to throw stuff away in a way that is like every move that Jack does in the first movie, right? To get back to the Black Pearl, right? And up to the point where he's telling Norrington to wait outside the cave, get back on the boat, use the boat to fire on them as they come out, whatever. He's doing that because that'll give the Marines the best shot they have against the Ghost Pirates, the skeleton pirates, basically, right? And then when Barbossa undermines him by going, nah, just take a walk. And then Norrington's like, nah, we're not going to trust him. We're not going to go back to the boat. We're going to stay on our longboats and we'll just ambush him here. We don't want to do what the pirate is telling us to do. Each of the people are doing, like you were saying, to the alignments and to the characters that they're developed very accurately, like the thing that they would probably do in that situation, right? But as you get further in, it just becomes more of like, well, this is what's the most spectacle thing we can do right now, basically, right? and they lose a lot of that heart of the characters when they're doing that stuff, and it's very frustrating. Up to the biggest, most frustrating one, which I'm sure we'll get to at some point.
Okay. Well, I'm sure we'll get to that because I do think we're going chronologically at this point, and I don't think we can really talk about what they start to lose in the next movie while still in the first one. But I will also say I think Elizabeth does serve kind of a purpose in the middle of all this, because I mean she fully represents like people who are in love with pirates and the romanticism of it all. Like that is the first interaction I have with her. Is she is on the crossing from England, and when confronted about pirates, she says how much she would like want to meet one and everything.
Yep.
And she is a good foil to Will, because whereas Will is, you know, he works hard as a blacksmith, he addresses her by her proper title, despite her, you know, misgivings about it, which is again another thing. So on and so forth. Like when, first off, she knows pirate lingo and code, not necessarily doing her a lot of good after she gets captured.
Right.
Like she is able to have that to begin with. But then also on the ship with Barbossa, literally the first chance she gets to drop like, you know, formal shit, she does, and she just does whatever the fuck she wants. As opposed to Will, who as he's traveling with Jack is constantly trying to hold on to this like, you know, civilized, more lawfully good kind of image, even if that's not what's helping him get Elizabeth back.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's good. I will say though, like that's not what makes me love Elizabeth. Like this is the reason the reason I said I think the first movie is the weakest in terms of the trilogy is because how damsel in distress Elizabeth is. But it's a good setup to the rest of her character with Andor. But I do think with that in mind, again, talking about the heart of these characters, that is the great setup for Elizabeth, is that as opposed to Will, who is constantly trying to, you know, justify his actions within the confines of the law. Elizabeth doesn't really care. She's happy to leave, you know, the fancy world of the British Empire behind for other shit and whatever works for her, which is weirdly similar to Jack now that I think about it. Elizabeth does not really care about the law and formality so much, as opposed to Will, and, you know, leaning closer to Jack, but she is still like, as opposed to Jack doing the selfish thing, she is a heartfelt and good-meaning person like Will. So she's kind of the middle. Whereas Barbossa, Jack, and Barbossa, Jack, and Norrington kind of Will. I was trying to think what I had said before. Represent like three different parts of the pirate spectrum. Elizabeth is almost the midpoint between Will and Jack in weird ways.
Yeah.
But yeah, so I like her setup in here, but I mean, no, I did run through this. I was like, does this movie pack the Bechdel test? And the answer is yes, because Elizabeth and what's-her-face are talk about fighting in the middle of the Pearl and Interceptor fight. So, yeah.
Well,
I mean, oh, go on.
there's the scene where they talk to their maid too, isn't there? Technically.
Yes, but part of the Bechdel test is not talking about a man, and they exclusively talk about Norrington and Will during that.
Oh, do they? I'm talking about when they're like trying to get out of the mansion.
Yeah, I guess that counts.
Okay. Not the conversation with them talking about the boys. Sorry.
No, you did. But you said her and maid.
Yeah.
I was just like, I only remember the part because I didn't know what like the thing she was putting under there is, like poles to heat up the bed.
Yeah. Bed warmers. That's what they used to use. Yeah.
Yeah.
And cold.
Now I'm trying to think about. I mean, do you want to talk more about the first movie in any capacity.
I mean, the other big thing about it is like the climax of that movie, right? Like every bit of that climax is like it's tangible. It's easy to understand like what's happening, right? You basically start with like the fight between the Interceptor and the Pearl, right? And that like neat naval fight and seeing them load the chaff and all that good stuff, whatever, right? It's very well designed to be followable and it's good, and you can really tell that this was intended to be, you know, a self-contained story. That there wasn't originally going to be potentially other stuff added onto this, right? And I don't think that there's anything in there that really like. That's one of the reasons I love it, and that's where I go back to the budgetary stuff, right? Where they like literally took 2 actual ships out at sea and actually did a bunch of this shooting on actual ships. You know what I mean?
So that is like one of the things I love most about these movies is just like so I mentioned pirates. Other nerds mention One Piece. It happens. But I mean, One Piece kind of devolved. Not devolved. I haven't seen it, so it's kind of unfair for me to say. But you know, it's superpowers, and he's Mr. Fantastic, and he can stretch his limbs and stuff. Whereas this one is also about like adventure on like, you know, pirate waters and stuff, but it like really reveled in the period, they say.
Yeah,
Like
I
all
would
the
agree with that.
things from how they work the ship, blah blah blah, all that kind of stuff.
Except for one giant mistake in the second movie. Ah!
I don't know what it is.
That's fine. We'll get there.
Yeah, we'll get there. Let me think. But yeah, I mean, I have more, but it like at that point it starts bleeding into the second movie.
So I give the first movie 9 crabs out of 10 crabs.
Are we doing that? Is that what we're doing?
I'm doing it in crabs because crabs are a big thing in this series. You know,
Yeah. Couple fish.
there's at least 2 points that crabs are important.
I would say 8 crabs out of 10. I also think it's a fantastic movie, but I think there is more to come that I really love. So,
Garbage. Anyway,
oh my goodness. But yeah, so should we start transitioning to the
yeah, go ahead.
second movie? Oh, go on.
No, you go on.
Okay. Because some of the notes I have in about the first movie is like almost transitional between the second and first. So the first thing I want to say is that Pirates as a movie trilogy has some of the best pure cinema like out there. And what I mean by this is that there's a lot of, I've noticed this before, is that there's a lot of movie villains, like, you know, the antagonist of big cinema features that are based on other source material. Heath Ledger's Joker. I had another one I was thinking, I mean, The Shining, that kind of shit. Like, they are taken from other, you know, main source material. And before you say it, because this was what I was going over in my head, what I mean by is, like, the source material isn't, like, just a piece of inspiration. It is a, you know, full entity in itself, and the character is fully formed within it, if that makes sense. So basing Pirates off a, you know, theme park attraction and Davy Jones off of a saying Davy Jones, those aren't fully formed characters, and they had to write them themselves. And with that in mind, I think in terms of, like, I'll say it, I think they're up there with, like, Darth Vader. I legitimately think some of these villains are, like...
You think Davy Jones and Beckett are as good as Darth Vader and the Emperor?
I think Jones is. You ask one person... I don't think I've seen a... Well, no. If we include Legacy, then absolutely not. Absolutely the fuck not. But I think Davy Jones in particular is, like... I legitimately think he's one of the best movie villains in history, and it is because of the second and third movie. I mean, he's not in the first, so obviously it's because of that, but it's because of those two working in tandem that I feel that. So.
I would like to hear your theories on that because
I mean, Indiana Jones is just great, but
I
do you
don't
not
see
like
it.
Barbossa?
Do you just want to spill right into the third movie on this one? Is that's I mean, at this point, the other two are
No.
basically just the same
There's a lot to
story,
cover
right?
in there's a lot to cover in the second movie. There's a lot to cover in the second movie. What are you trying to do? Are you trying to trick me right now?
No, because Davy Jones is awful in the third movie. He's useless. He's not good in any capacity, and there's like tons
We'll
of
get to
problems
that.
with his character in the third movie. I agree
Oh
with
my
you in the second movie that Davy Jones is fantastic, and he's very menacing, and the way the actor conveys him is fantastic, and his little mannerisms where he like kind of like really emphasizes certain words is terrifying in a way that like Darth Vader's breathing is. I would agree. But like he's not a villain in the third movie. Beckett's the villain in the third movie, and Beckett's not a good villain.
No, disagree. Fully disagree. But I mean, he's kind of the villain in the second movie, but not really. He is a backing force, and it is set up for the next thing. But also, thank you for reminding me about this, Sargoto.
Yes.
Is that these movies haven't aged a day. These movies look ridiculously good in so many different ways, like from practical to CGI. Everything about them.
I think a lot of the CGI has not aged super well, personally.
I would disagree, just because I don't know. This is not to be rude, because I do like Marvel movies,
Yeah.
but nowadays, and I know what you're gonna, I know you'll have a comment about this later, but nowadays, so many Marvel movies are just like, okay, well, we won't have actors for this part. It'll just be a pure CGI moment. Like, I remember the post I saw that really struck me with Shang-Chi and the Ten Rings was about how cool the bus fight is, only for the end to be just like a purely animated CGI sequence that reflects in no way the cool choreography of the first part. And
Right.
I think these movies have a fantastic, know exactly where to put the CGI. Yeah, well, okay, well, do you have a comment about that with the,
Let's get through this. You get through your second movie stuff, and then I'll talk about the CG.
well, first off, I mean, one of the first notes I had was that, so, I feel like, I definitely had a note about, the very beginning, because I feel like it is kind of a good way to continue that story, because, it ended on a very, happily ever after, with Will interrupting an execution, and then Norrington letting them both off the hook, and then Jack sailing away into the sunset.
Right.
And it is a good way to start the second movie by being like, no, they don't just get off the hook. They're in trouble right now. They were planning their wedding, and now they're bought into the Royal Navy something.
Well, it's not the Royal Navy, right? It's the East India
no,
Trading Company,
It
and
is Lord Beckett and the East India Trading Company.
right, and it's important to call that out. The fact that historically speaking, that's the wrong company. The British created a West Indies trading company that failed and floundered and was incredibly useless and had no power, right? So the East India Trading Company, I understand why they used it from a movie perspective because it's more well known and it actually has a lot of historical relevance. But I would urge anybody here who's never watched the extra credit video, they do the little history snippets or whatever like that, of that trading company and the disaster it has had even onto current UK politics is amazing.
The pirate movie? Sorry.
No, what?
Oh, well, just get extra credit.
Yeah. They do those YouTube videos where they do history stuff. Go look up the
okay.
West India Trading Company. It's a very good video. Yeah. Sorry. No. But I agree with you in the one regard that it is a great way to set up the plot. Because again, the first movie was obviously very much supposed to be a self-contained kind of thing, right?
Well, yes, but also again, it's a good way to expand and continue the world on so many levels. Because I mean, obviously Jack is a pirate. It's called Pirates of the Caribbean. Everyone who calls them, by the way, I know this, especially towards the end. Everyone who, when you are I am a pirate now, you get covered in a layer of grease, just so thick. Everyone who is a pirate is just so greasy with just random dirt on them. I mean, again, that's how you identify Jack in the first movie. I have this has just been a montage of me dying, so I'm not paying attention. I mean, this is just bad Sea of Thieves over movie talk. Um, but the way you find out is Norrington pulls up his fucking sleeve, and he's got a fucking skin brand on there that says P.
Yeah.
And he's like, "You had a East India Trading Company name drop. You're a pirate. Okay, let's keep going."
Right.
So again, like, it's not the issue of some movies where it's like, and here is a villain not at all mentioned in the first movie that just happens to be a bigger problem than the first villain that they encounter. It is a separate thing in the world that was slightly mentioned and off to the side, and now you see it in like its full.
Right. No, and I don't think that's a problem either. My frustration is more the historical stuff, right? Where you would think that they were actually operating out there and stuff like that, and that's just not accurate, right? And again, in the first movie, they do make the mention that like Jack has been from like Singapore all the way to the Caribbean, and that it was another hot spot of piracy at the time.
Yeah.
That the East India Trading Company would have been dealing with at the time, right? So it would have made sense for them to have that brand. So there's nothing there that I have. It's more just one of those nits where it's like, I get why they did this, because again, most people understand what that company is and what they kind of did, and that while they were like officially not part of the government, they basically functioned as a governmental entity pretty much the entire time they operated, right? And that's how Beckett can come in and be like, well, I understand you're a governor and you're supposed to have authority here and whatever else have you, but see, here's the thing. I make a lot of money for the crown, so basically you're my bitch now. And that makes sense, because that's definitely how a lot of the stuff they did, in that time period with forts in India and stuff like that, whatever occurred, so.
I will say, because, not to be rude, it's 100% a nitpick that they decided not to use the name of the real historical company for this thing. But if that kind of stuff bothers you, then the rest of these movies are about to get very annoying.
Well, that's why I don't like them. Again, the second movie, generally speaking, I can enjoy and have a good time with.
The third just goes off the rails for you.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, that's generally what it is. I mean, when I saw the second one, again, I went out of my way to see that one in theaters, right? And I really enjoyed it, and like, oh, this is a really good setup. I wonder where they're going to go from here. I don't know how, whatever. And then
I like where they went from there.
I know you do, and I don't understand it, and I can't wait till we get to that. So
Heading there. But first off, I watched a video about, I watched one or two videos about these movies, and did you catch the way they immediately establish how Beckett, not similar, but I guess a mirror, I don't know the right terminology, but like an immediate connection to Jack, what happens upon the first.
I don't remember. Go ahead and tell me what you're alluding to.
And then he immediately goes, Lord.
Oh, that is nifty. Yeah.
Pompous, similar way to Jack. More into that later. So yeah, then we continue on. Yeah, I established this when we talked about the first movie, but I also think it's cool because again, my own criticism of the movie, this part of Jack's character is not in the forefront as much as it probably should be, but Jack not prioritizing things like, traditional pirate things they like treasure hunting and sacking towns and all that kind of shit.
Okay, I'm gonna put a big ol' emergency brake on you right there. His motivation in this movie is 100% saving his own butt.
Well,
so what do you mean about not being like? Why would a pirate like? Every major pirate that actually existed, right? Everything they were basically doing, the reason they eventually became privateers, the reason they eventually signed contracts with the British and the Spanish, basically getting them all the charges against them dropped against the other countries they had harassed and things, right? Was 100% self-serving, right?
But yes, but what I understand your thing there, but and man, this plagues me my entire life. That's a lack of communication. When I say traditional pirate values, I mean he's not keeping his crew happy like before. He is just, he's doing his own thing, doing what he can to keep his own ass fine and do whatever he wants forever. But but the rest of the crew is just like, hey, you know, can we get money and shit? The stuff we are pirates for, etc. You get what I'm saying now?
Yes.
Yeah.
But the reason he's not doing that is because he's preoccupied with knowing that his debt to Davy Jones is coming up, and he has to get that settled as soon as possible, right?
But he doesn't want to tell the crew because what's his hit?
And what happened last time when he told the crew too much information, he got muted against.
Exactly. So all this to establish, first movie, fantastic job at managing to be a sequel to a movie that tied itself up by the end of its runtime. But continuing that, and then we get, I mean, I know we're just, at this point, we're just orgasming over Dead Man's chest. Wow, that's a sentence I just said, for sure. Wicked for sure. I said that sentence. But, then Will's father comes back and he's like, oh my goodness, what the fuck? And this is, since it's the first instance of this outside of the Skeleton Crew, I do want to note it, is that, and this game has, like, not to be rude, I love Sea of Thieves, but this game has, like, a very pale imitation of it. But, like, this world's version of just, like, magic and, weird shit is, I mean, that's what it is, it's just weird shit. I think it's really unique and cool, and I love it. And while the skeletons were kind of just, like, the start of that, like, Davy Jones and his crew is, like, in full swing. Like,
yeah, I guess. I mean, the one thing is like the way they did the skeletons in the first movie, the mix between like the practical and the non stuff, and the moonlight shots and all that kind of stuff. Whatever though, it's much more cinematic and much more beautiful, right? You definitely get a different feel out of the sea folk, or whatever you want to call them, Davy's crew, basically, in the second movie. And I definitely think in Dead Man's Chest, they generally do a much better job of like using them in interesting ways and stuff. Like the clam-headed guy, for instance, right, when he gets the chest chucked at him and his head falls off and he's trying to call his body back over, and some of those gags and things, whatever, I think worked really well. I think the pirate with the eel, the shot where he kills somebody with his eel head, I think happens in Dead Man's Chest as well, right? And so when they lean into that stuff, especially with Davy, right, I think that works really, really quite well. But sometimes I think it, especially like on the ship itself, right, it kind of muddies it too much and just makes it like feel like a giant piece of floating coral, and not in like a good way, right? Like it's just too much sometimes. And I feel like they do a better job in these movies than they do in the fifth movie eventually, right?
No, okay. Hey, Sar.
Yeah.
Hey, Sar. This is so important to me.
Yeah.
And it's not your fault.
Sure.
Hey, Sar, look at me. It's not your fault, okay?
Okay.
The quote-unquote fifth movie is so unabashedly and atrociously awful.
Yep.
And has nothing of what I like in the first 3/4 kind of, because I don't know if I got to finish this, but I think before I had like an epilogue. Like, this doesn't need to be here, but it's cool that it is, and it's more.
Well, that's what I wish they would do more. I wish they would do more, and that's why I think the first movie works so well too. Just do a fun story. Have a magical artifact that they're going to chase after, or something like that, whatever. Just go have pirate fun, and these movies would be a lot better, personally. I think that them trying to tell an overarching Lord of the Rings style anthology thing is part of the issues that we get into later, personally.
I kind of disagree, because I feel like, I mean, like, the third, again, it's very illuminating to see how clearly the things you don't want are reflected in the third movie. But I still think each movie does have its own self-contained, like, okay, we have X objective, pirate adventure, go,
I think each of them does until you get to the third one.
Well, that's just two.
And then it has problems, right?
But
hello, kitten.
Man, looking for this thing, and I don't
know where any of these chests are. I can't find the other one either. This is really
We
frustrating.
just go with some other shit.
I mean, we can. I'm trying to cook some pork on the beach here,
But anyway, what was I thinking of? But yeah, all that to say is that also find castaway. Okay, well there's a riddle one, so I'll do that.
Okay.
But yeah, I mean, I like, again. Okay, I was gonna lead off. We didn't. It was a bit of a slower start, so we didn't get to do this.
Sure.
But I was gonna start off with saying like cinema was made for Pirates of the Caribbean 1 through 3, and everything after that has been a disappointment. And I don't know something. I do kind of feel that way. Actually, like a little bit. Like
That's fair.
that's a joke, but honestly, 1% of me does actually feel like that.
I mean, I feel that way about most 80s movies, so I get you.
Yeah. What was I thinking of? But like, honestly, if I was gonna say like a real actual thing with that, is that Pirates of the Caribbean created this weird grungy sea pirate aesthetic, and that is what the third and second movie is kind of focused around. And almost every other pirate movie since then has been tried.
Yeah, I would agree with you.
Killed by a sea crawler, so it's hard to argue against that.
Pirates of the Caribbean did exactly what like the stupid Harry Potter universe did for wizards. Yeah, I agree with you there.
Yeah. But you know, Bill Strap is obviously our first like sign of that. I'm trying to think what happens after that. You get the black spot. That's a cool historical thing for you. It's just slang for just like when you know someone is trying to kill you and they've made it known, blah blah blah,
Right.
kind of shit. And here it's like gross. It's gross. Okay. Now we're. Hey, Key, reading this map is what. Is this it? It is.
Yeah, you get to the super uncomfortable part, right?
Yes. So, this movie was made in 2006, right? So why do they have something that looks straight out of like a 1940s, super like ignorant, fucking, movie?
Yeah.
With a cannibal tribe.
Right. Well,
What? I want to say something. I adore these movies. That part, it blows my mind. They decided to go with that. It defies all defense and explanation. It's wild. It's insane. But I do have some notes. I think this is important. Like, not in defending it, but just, I don't know, whatever. So here are my notes. The Pelagosta were based on reports of Spanish conquistadors, which is already problematic. Never fucking listen to those. The first movie was not about not listening to Spanish conquistadors. That was literally what happened in the first movie.
right.
And they did it in real life, which is wild. But about the Kalinago people. Kalinago actors were used to portray the tribe, so like the tribe, those like legends and stuff were based on and everything were actually the actors who portrayed them. And the fake language they use is a mixture of actual words and fake diet, which is some of the laziest shit I've ever heard in my entire life.
Wow.
Like that is not. If you were trying to make this a Lord of the Rings trilogy, you shouldn't have like half-assed the fake language, because that's not Elvish. It's just culturally insensitive.
Right.
Done.
No, I agree.
So yes, that is an unexcusable part of the movie. Doesn't even really need to be in there. Being honest.
I think that the Monkey Island games handle their cannibals quite a bit more interestingly. It was what I was thinking when I was seeing that, right? So
So tying it back to like talking about the movies, and I do not like this part, but like what I do like about them is like this is the part where they go too far, and what I mean by that is like I think Pirates really likes the world it's in. Like, what I would just say about establishing its own aesthetic, blah, 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 all that kind of shit. They got a little too lost in that and fell into one of the more harmful tropes of, like, pirate legend and stuff like that, which is, unflattering images of native people in the Caribbean.
right.
So, I mean, that being said, that is something, like, we're 2006 isn't that long ago, but this is absolutely something that could have happened. They do a great job with like the crew. Like whenever there's a crew involved, they do a great job with diversifying them, and that makes them actually look like pirates and like what people think of. Well, not think of, but historical context of pirates with women disguised as men, which happened in the second movie, and then the first. Because of I still forget her name.
Yeah. I know who you're talking about.
Yeah. And just like people of all different races for all different reasons. But yeah, this is a part where they lean way too far into that kind of mythology, and it's to its detriment, if anything.
I agree.
Yeah. That being said, on a similar / completely different note, I think, the first movie did a good job of like, here's your crew, here's wacky characters, and with bringing, I literally always forget their name because they're both 3-syllable names for some reason, but bringing little henchman and eyeball friend back, like, it does a good job of just being like, here's your well-rounded crew, and, you'll recognize some of these guys as they walk by on screen.
Well, I mean, like, a lot of the crew gets carried over, right? Cotton comes back.
Yeah, exactly, that's Marty.
One of the other guys that they recruit on the island, I'm trying to remember, or in Tortuga.
Marty.
Who's Marty?
He's the short one.
Ah, yes, Marty. And then there's one other one, isn't there?
I think so. I don't know. Sorry, Scott.
But yeah,
He's like
it's
a-
amazing how, like, hey, all your A-list people are the ones who survived or whatever, right? Like,
Well, I mean, you see, because they could, they could have killed the 2 henchmen, but they literally show you them being captured specifically at the end of the first one. So it's not, it is just like, hey, we had lovable characters in our last one, time to bring them back.
right.
Kind of thing.
And I think that by the third movie, some of that starts to really wear thin.
I mean, kind of, but like.
Because, like, okay, why does the random guards that were guarding the boat in the first movie need to show
They're
up
the
in
worst.
Dead Man's Chest?
No, that's not, yeah, I'm not defending that. Absolutely. 100%. You're not getting a defense from me about that. You're right.
Okay, then can I finish my thought on that really quick?
Yeah, sorry.
I think the scene in the third movie where they are defending the chest and there's, like, interaction between Jack and them is fine. But why do they have to dress up as pirates at the end of the movie? Like, what the fuck? Okay, I'm done. Moving on.
Don't you care about them? Isn't
No.
it good that they survived?
No. It's too much self-reference, and that's one of the problems, I think.
Yeah, that's fair.
So. And I love self-references. Self-references are great.
Yeah, that's fair.
Do you remember when Captain Kirk said Khan? I do.
You do?
Mm-hmm.
What? Oh my... Sargoto, I found 2 money skeletons on this island.
The ancient coins?
Yeah, the real ones.
I
I found my second one. What the fuck?
am 20 ancient coins away from next season's pass. Now, after that one.
I'm sorry, I was getting it.
No, I get them too when you got it.
Oh, that's good.
I got 120
Yeah,
coins
that's
from now.
like 100
Yeah.
points for it, not too long ago.
It's amazing.
So yeah, we're going past that. I don't think Tia Dalma is, I don't think she's necessarily offensive in any one way. She's just like, she is Mystic Woman. She lives in a swamp. You go see her. She gives. We've gotten past the point where Davy Jones is introduced and fucking amazing villain. Oh no, this is where Davy Jones is introduced. And you know what? It's kind of one of those things where it's hard to go back to a time before you watch this. But, I mean, we're like a good half hour or 45 minutes into the film at this point, and Davy Jones has just kind of been like a name whispered in the background for like that entire time.
Mm-hmm.
And Tia Dalma gives you the full explanation, and then we're headed to the shipwreck where Will meets him and everything. And, I mean, that scene's just fantastic, and I won't hear anything against it because it's great.
I mean, the only thing there that I would say is kind of a weird kind of situation is like, what was Jack's initial plan in when they were captured by the natives, right? To get out, basically, right?
I mean, it kind of. I think.
Will shows up, and then that kind of formulates maybe we can actually do something here, right? Because he knows Will's like good, right?
Yeah, well, this is the thing. I mean, this is again another. It's weird. I wouldn't have if you had asked me at the start of this, like as part of your argument, is Jack a well-formed, well-rounded character? I'd have been like, he's fine. But like, it's weird how much as I'm talking about this movie, I'm thinking about what. Well, that's something Jack does. Is like this is part of his character, and I think part of his character was like he had multiple plans. Best case scenario, Will got on the ship, took the key, and he's able to continue, looking for Davy's heart to assuage their deal.
Right.
But backup plan is what ends up happening, which is Will gets caught by the Dutchman, and when Jack is like, okay, you wanted someone's soul, I gave you someone. Are we good now? And he's like, no, you're not equal to that. And I do think that's a good scene because Jack just manages to improv his, which will come back later.
Right.
Take a note, back later. Jack manages to improv his way out of immediately dying in that situation.
Oh yeah, and I think that's good for his character. My question is more the fact that like, so you're Jack, you just got off this thing. One of the main components that helped get you off this island was Will Turner, right? And then your immediate reaction, your immediate next step is, let's betray Will and get him over on the Dutchman instead of me, so maybe he can get the next piece that I need for this thing in exchange for the compass, right?
I would say that's like, if anything, not to be rude.
You're fine.
But like that goes against your point you made earlier. Like, Jack. Actually, this comes back. It also comes back to, and it's so weird to think of this as a theme, but it comes back to what I was saying in the beginning. Will Turner is an idiot. I mean, he's an idiot for trusting Jack to begin with when he saw a shipwreck.
Sure.
And he was like, that's the legendary pirate ship, and Jack says yes, and he goes on it.
Right.
Like, that's dumb. But you want to know what Will is, despite all his protests to the contrary? He is leverage. Will is a simple machine. There's not a lot going on in his head. He just moves forward, hoping to marry the person he loves, and that's about it. So, I think, to your point, Jack does what is in his best self-interest, and he sends, someone he knows he can manipulate and does a good job and shit. He sends him aboard and sees what happens.
Yeah, I think that it's the only because like basically, if you break these movies down to their most fundamental pieces, it's Jack's plans. Every one of the movies is literally just you're watching Jack's plans go into motion, and I think you're probably right by saying he's got lots of different angles that they're trying to play off at all the same time, right? You see that especially in the later one, but the only one that, as I'm just sitting here as a casual observer, going like, why did you think this would end well for you? Like, Will has shown in the previous interactions with them that they are capable. Like, yeah, they might be able to do this for you, but, like, it's gonna bite you in the butt a little bit eventually, right? Like, and how are you gonna deal with that then? I think you're right. It's probably very much just like I'll see at that point how I can just get my way through things, right?
That's a thing for both the audience and the characters, is that Jack has, like, Jack is his persona to a degree. And he wants everyone to be like, he's smarter than we think. He's not super, because you'll know most of his plans fail more than they actually succeed. It's that just when they do succeed, they end up,
Well, I think they fail in a way that leads him into, like, it's like playing poker, right? Yeah, maybe you lose some hands here and there, but those hands you're losing are still setting yourself up for a bigger win down the line, right?
That's exactly what I'm saying. And again, I don't think anyone's watching me. I need you to remember this part. That's Jack improvising and, like, actively thinking on his feet.
Well, I think there's some of that. And I do think that a lot of his, especially once you get to the third movie again some more, it's very clear that there's a lot of forethought into each of the actions that are occurring, right? That, yes, they can definitely think on their feet, but more of it is premeditated than you would initially think. And again, like you said, that's part of the mystique and the legend that they try to get across, but I think it's legit. I feel like, again, that third movie kind of cements some of that with the double cross of Beckett and stuff that he tries to do.
Yeah, and I also think it's important to, like, note here that, like, at this point, Jack, like, is the pirate in the film. Barbossa isn't here, and there's not another pirate, unless you count Jones a pirate. Like,
and only for that 1 second that he touches him in the third movie, and then he's a pirate. Otherwise, he's a squid.
Yeah, exactly.
Technically an octopus, I guess. Whatever.
He's a cephalopod.
Right.
Of some sort.
Sometimes.
But, like, he's still the known blah, blah, blah. And then, what was the thing, where I really start liking shit starts happening, whereas Jack and Will assume Elizabeth is in a prison somewhere waiting to be saved. She breaks out, disguises herself, and gets on a ship, and starts doing her best to get to Tortuga, where she knows Jack and will be.
Yeah, those scenes are really good.
Yeah, and I mean, here's like all everything. I think this stuff has everything going for it. A, historically accurate. You know, disguising yourself as a man to get on a ship and go somewhere. Like that is many accounts of that. Uh, two, like it subverts, Elizabeth's underused role in the first movie as the damsel in distress. Like,
And I mean, I would argue in that first movie they are not. I get what you're saying, that it's kind of the whatever, but like there's definitely more going on there in the first movie, right?
Yeah.
Like it's.
But like watching it back, that was something I realized. Like, she has stuff at the end, where kind of helps out a bit and everything.
Yeah, but even that scene where like they faint to like distract or whatever like that, that's them using that damsel in distress thing for their own advantage. You know what I mean? Like,
well, what I'm saying,
they don't spend most of the movie locked in a prison cell waiting for things to happen. They're actively trying to do things, right?
Yeah. Well, this is what I'm saying, because I think Elizabeth takes like the first step in Curse of the Black Pearl.
Of really becoming, yeah. I see what you're saying, and I don't
And
disagree.
I think it's important because like comparing like where it ended up versus where it was, and thinking about like in that first movie about her talking about her interest in pirates and her showing the knowledge on that subject and everything, that's not utilized to its full extent.
Slight tangent here because I don't remember. What is her like job in the fifth movie? What is she doing for a living at that point?
Oh.
Is she just a homemaker?
No, listen, hey, Sargoto, this is why, like, if everything you hate in the third movie, I now hate in the fifth movie. Because there's not a heart, there's no purpose, there's no meaning, there's nothing good here. They are just trying to recapture the highs of before with, like, while not managing to, like, even grab a sparkle of, like, what they had. Like, nothing, like, it's all just the hollowness of it. None of it is the actual good stuff from the first three movies. It's just here because people will like it.
That's
You know
fair.
what I mean?
Yeah.
What? Let me try.
Did we find this riddle yet?
I'm working on it.
Okay.
I believe I'm here. But anyway, so yeah, I love that. And then this is skipping a scene ahead, but what was I thinking of? But like, but then she manages to use again her knowledge of the subject, which is not supposed to, not befitting a woman her age. She manages to use the sailor's superstition against, the dress she left behind, and get them to Tortuga. And I'll have more about that scene later, but I want to get to, some of the best shit in the movie, which is, because here's the thing, I think there's a lot of good in this, and there's a 15-minute, maybe you've seen it in your recommendations. I'm talking to chat, not to Sargoto, but there is a particular scene that I watched like 15 minutes of that. It's fun, which is fun.
Oh, you're talking about the Pirates Dice.
Yeah, Liar's Dice.
And that scene is fucking amazing, and I love it. Yeah. And I wish that the third movie could capture something like that.
I think it kind of does, but we'll get to that is the heart of the issue here, right? Like, I'm saying what I love about this as a trilogy, whereas you're like, maybe this shouldn't have been like a big series or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
That's kind of fair, because like if you like the first two movies, like that has great shit by itself. If you just want to not watch the rest of them, you are completely valid for that.
Well, and it's not that I don't want to necessarily watch, like, because again, 4 I think is amazing, right? Mm-hmm. It kind of has that, like, that Matrix problem, and I feel the exact same way about the Matrix movies, right? Where
again, talking about like pirates being underrated
influential,
cinema, that is a I don't want to say wild comparison, but it is a comparison comparing it to like The Matrix and everything.
Yeah, well, what I mean by that is like, so the first movie is amazing, right? And then they were like, oh, we need some money on this, so we should make 2 more. And then the second one is pretty good still, like the quality is still there. And then by the third one, it feels like the wheels are coming off of it, whatever, right? I don't think, like, don't get me wrong, I don't think that the third Pirates movie is as bad as the third Matrix movie, okay? For the wheels coming off, basically, right? But it's just one of those things where, well, we have enough money to tell this like bigger, larger story, so let's just do 2. Like maybe just do 1 with like a plot for that or whatever. And if you want to like put hooks in for the third movie, like that's fine. But again, by the end of Dead Man's Chest, for me, I feel like it's a pretty good like tale they told there. And like, do you really need to go further than this?
That's fair.
Okay, like I'll give you an example really quick here, and this is gonna lean a little bit into the third movie, tiny, like just a tiny little like a feathering against like your cheek, basically, of like wind, you know. But like I have to mention it here.
Yeah, that's fine.
If they mentioned the Pieces of 8 in the second movie,
That would have been better.
that would have helped a lot.
I do think there is a thing with that.
If
but...
Beckett, especially I think for Beckett, would have been a good place to have it personally. Where if Beckett had been like, because you know a lot of the plot in the second movie is they're trying to get this like ultimate power on the sea, right?
Yeah.
And just I don't know I don't know what the guy's name is, but the like douchebag like second in command who's got that like jerky face the whole time that you just want to see him get ended basically.
Yeah.
If he like came over to him as like, yes, Lord Beckett, we agree that the heart of whatever is blah blah blah, but have you heard this thing called the 9 pieces of 8 or whatever?
Pirates of the Caribbean at World's End. That's gonna be shit.
Yeah, but just basically like start lining up your magical MacGuffin for the third movie, because that way, like it gives like you were saying before, like in the first movie you have the brand from the East India Company, and then when they show up in the second movie, you're like, oh man, these are the guys that branded. Like that's good. Those are good connections that you want to see throughout the series, right? But like it basically comes out of nowhere by the time you get to the third movie. But we'll get to that.
That's valid. I mean, well, kind of, but again, you're right. We'll get to that. I mean, again, comparing him to, and I don't super seriously mean this. If I was gonna do this, it would be like a whole thing by itself. But comparing him to like Darth Vader again, we get a fucking rad scene of Davy Jones' theme as he plays it on the pipe organ on his ship.
Yep, that's cool.
A wild sentence to also say. But I think this scene does kind of a great job, which makes of showing what makes Davy Jones better than a shallow villain. Like, I hate love, like that kind of thing. Because at this point, he has reacted that like he was somehow betrayed by the person he loved, and now this is his life. And and he also has that great line in his first scene where he was like, "Life is cruel. Why should the afterlife be different?"
Yeah, it's a good line.
Something bad happened to him, and now, because of the position he was left in, he sees fit to make that reality.
So, Cahill, maybe this will help you a little bit here. I like Davy Jones, and I like his narrative in this.
Yeah.
That has never been an issue for me. My issue with the movies is...
No, and that's fair.
different.
Sorry, I don't talk about... I want to talk about the films I love.
That's fine.
I did a little analysis, and I'm. You know what? I know something. It warms my cold dead heart that you love Davy Jones.
No, I think he's a very good character. I feel like the third movie is a disservice to him because like they take a bunch of his like teeth out.
I do think there is a point to it.
Oh yeah,
but we'll get to that.
No, I agree.
It's like when Palpatine. I'll give you a hint of it. It's like when Palpatine like shocks Darth Vader. It's like Darth Vader has been the big bad. He was a bigger bad.
Right.
But we'll get to that.
But Beckett's not he's not a good bigger bad.
But I think it has to do with, and we can kind of talk about it because he is a backing force in the second movie.
Yeah.
But like, it's not that I don't think it's that he's necessarily like a super bad, bigger bad in he's not good sense. I think it's because it plays to a part of the franchise that is undersold compared to the rest of it, but we'll get to that. That's a whole conversation. But so you get the thing from Tia Dalma, soothsayer. She meet the mentor, hero's journey, blah blah blah.
Right.
Of like Davy Jones used to love someone, that stopped happening, and now he's a bastard. And we get a great scene where there's two Turners on the ship. Miscommunication. and now someone has to get punished for it. And like, you know, Bootstrap is like, that's my son. I'll take the punishment. Don't hurt, you know, the kid or whatever. And then like Jones comes onto the scene, and he immediately thinks of like, he disdains affection so much that he immediately thinks of like, you know, a much worse scenario. Not just both of them getting punished, but like, you know, Bootstrap whipping his own kid, which Wicked doesn't want to do, is how much he disdains any form of affection as he watches that happen and everything. And then you get Will and Bootstrap bonding, and part of the ship, part of the crew.
Which I just want to pause for a second and say, like, as somebody who's had my heart ripped out and stomped in the ground and lots of other fun stuff happened there, I can totally empathize with Mr. Davy Jones.
Exactly. And, like, because that's what I'm saying. At a surface level, he's, like, super over-the-top, comically evil. You know, if you don't want to think about it, it's fine. He's the bad guy, right? But the moment you look a little deeper, it's like, oh, shit, there's actually, like, you know, a bit of depth to this character. Pun intended, because Ocean Man. Take your time, man.
With a submarine boat.
Yes. You get, I mean, the rest of it is like just explaining the lore at this point, with part of the ship, part of the crew, blah blah blah. I do think like it makes Jones like a massive double threat. Like again, and I'm so sorry if there are like Star Wars or cinema fans watching this volume who are going to get really upset that I'm doing it. Like,
You know the one thing I don't... Sorry, I just thought of something. Go ahead.
no, you're good.
The one thing that, because you're kind of going over the like the rules of the whatever and stuff, and like the one thing I don't think they're very clear on in the second movie that they clear up a lot more in the third movie, right? Is like what Davy Jones was like supposed to do as like his job, and how the reason why him and all of them are like cursed to be like fish people is because like he's not doing it right, basically, right? Because I was just thinking here, like, they never really go over who gets an offer to like join his crew and who just gets taken over to the afterlife, right? And there's that like one the crew that helped Elizabeth, for instance, later, right? He just is like, no, there were no survivors. What are you talking about? He has them all executed. And I think that very clearly shows like his lack of following, like what his
yeah.
job was,
It
right?
ties back into it all, like, like about that turning point in his life, where it's like he used to be a loving, caring person, giving a job that requires empathy, and as his life has turned around, he has neglected that thematic job and everything.
Right.
But also, what was I thinking of? I mean, I was going to compare Davy Jones to Darth Vader again and get a bunch of hate comments, but like, you know, Darth Vader has a lightsaber and the Force choke, double threat. How can you go wrong? And Davy Jones, besides not having a heart apparently and being unkillable in some sense or another, if you decide to then go stab his heart, as they establish, you know, you end up taking over the Dutchman as well.
Right.
So you have to take his place. And like, that is good because it stops them from just being like, okay, why does no one just stab the heart already? Just do it. It'd be so easy. And also it ties into like, we're coming back around to Will being an idiot. Will for 1.5 movies now has had one single focus, which was Elizabeth.
Right.
And now his small brain has to focus on two people, which is his dad and Elizabeth, because now he knows his dad is alive and trapped somewhere, and could maybe get that one part of his family back.
Right.
Does something. And Jack has already provided him the theoretical means to do so.
Right.
Can we talk about liar's dice now?
Yeah, go ahead.
Like, okay. I mean, like, so, and you talked about this before with like the boiling down these movies to Jack's plans, quote unquote.
Right.
This scene, the video I watched was like, this is a microcosm for the entire franchise because it's just people lying and bluffing at each other, in a game, and I guess waging their lives over it, basically.
Mm-hmm.
Which is basically what the films are about. And then, Will, in one of the, like, maybe two smart moments he has in the entire franchise, is like, I've had an idea. A little light bulb switched on in his dark, empty head. Which is that he can bet himself for the key. and that at the very least it'll show him where the key is. But and like again, it's a great illustration of that is what the video was talking about. How it's a great illustration of the 3 players in it, where Will is just kind of going ahead with. Oh no, Sarko! No.
I was ready for you. I had your back. You said you wanted hate comments. Yeah.
I was fulfilling the prophecy, but Will is bullheadedly going ahead with his single ambition in mind. Jones is being a bastard, and Bootstrap cares about his son, and all their motivation plays into this one standoff between the 3, which ends up kind of costing Bootstrap dearly, but also manages to progress the plot with showing Will where the key is and everything. So.
Yeah, no, and I think that Bootstrap not really understanding what the intent there was, like, also kind of feeds in that a little bit as well, right? Like, oh, I don't care if my soul's bound to the thing forever. I just want to know where the key was. Like,
yeah, it plays into a lot. First off, it connects him with Will. They're both morons. They can't think for themselves. But also secondly, like, it's Will's desire to, protect his loved ones versus Bootstrap's just complete lack of self-preservation.
Yeah, right.
Into the fact that he got himself killed by Barbosa.
Oh God, I'm dead.
Oh, you died. You are on a cliff. I cannot get. Oh wait, are you over this hill? No.
I'm in the middle area. Okay. I was fighting a skeleton with an explosive barrel, and I would have survived, but then I fell off the mountain. So.
On the west shore, a road to fortune with Shovel's Glade. On the west shore, find the monster straw on the west shore. Okay, well, there's multiple monster straw. But anyway,
so I think like one of the most impressive things with that whole scene is that like they do a really good job. I mean, go look up that YouTube video. It is a really good one. I know exactly the one you're talking about. I don't remember the name of it, but like I'm sure if you like Googled like over analysis of Liar's Dice and Pirates of the Caribbean, you'll find it or whatever, right?
Yeah.
But it's one of those great ones where they take the time to really explain like what the general rules are and stuff, and give you enough insight to understand why they're doing it, whatever. And then obviously it's kind of got that heist vibe thing where everything happens, and then later you learn what like Will's real intent was, and you're like, oh man, that was neat. And then it has a lot more weight when you realize like
what happened
by adding Bootstrap to the equation, like the numbers have dramatically switched in Will's favor of like a decent outcome for them, basically, right? With obviously Bootstrap having an allegiance with his son, basically, right?
That's Jones in a very small situation.
Right, like he traps him in a box where,
Yeah. And also, like, it goes into Jones wanting to be this cool, heartless monster, because, like, he could just say no.
Right.
He could just not play the game when he realizes what's at stake.
Right.
But we'll bait him into it.
Right.
And keep going.
Right.
And you want to know something, Star? Just listen to stuff later, even if you don't like it. Uh-oh.
Oh, okay. But, anyway.
Sorry.
You're fine.
We're doing this.
All right, I don't have my notes in front of me, so what was the next major scene after the Liar's Dice in that one?
Well, I was going to talk, because it's kind of like a dual thing, because now we're in Tortuga, and we get to catch up with the new character from first film. Like, scene's kind of important, because you get Norrington on, and he's the weapon of everyone's destruction at this point in this film.
I have a lot to say about Norrington when we get to the third movie.
Oh, really? I mean, again, maybe a criticism of the movies I love. He's not really like super utilized. Like, he is there, and he's something. But I do think he serves an important purpose, conjectured with the with another character, which is Elizabeth's dad. And I'm going to talk about like 3 scenes at once here. The first scene, this does come first, is the sailors Elizabeth is with, where it's very minor, like literally blink and you miss it. If you went to the bathroom during this part, you wouldn't have paid attention. But we've established Beckett is a threat to like Jack and like pirates and shit right now. but you get a taste of him being a threat to just literally anyone, because the captain of the ship, like the just regular ass merchant ship, uh,
Yeah, he's complaining about all the port fees, right?
yeah,
And that's
he's
why
complaining
one
about
of
the
his crew
fact-
members is like, well, maybe we could go to Tortuga. It's the only free port left or whatever. Yeah.
yeah, and then he's like, no, pirates. I mean, and he's right. And then you have Norrington, who isn't currently kind of filling a civilized role because we get like a catch up of like what the consequences of the first film with him were. Um, but he, for all intents and purposes, he's a pirate now. But then also Governor Swan is, in Port Royal with Beckett, like, and those scenes are close to each other. I didn't note down how close they were, but they do serve a purpose where in Port Royal after Elizabeth has escaped and her dad was arrested, like Beckett is like, okay, I'm gonna threaten your daughter's life, and you should work for me now. You know what I mean? So what's great about these three separately, these three scenes are nothing, right? But
Right.
together, what it's doing is showing like, hey, there are like a couple nice people on the law-abiding side of these films, and Beckett is like taking out all of them, like just doing all of them in one way or another. Norrington is kind of out of the function at this point. He's threatening her father, and he's not letting other good people do business. That kind of shit. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah. So like it is a good way of like, because you could just argue like, well, Beckett's getting rid of piracy, and that's not bad on paper. But no, he's being the worst at it. What's after that? And then there's just them on the boat. There's just them hanging out on the boat, trying to go to wherever the heart is. I think that is it. Jack and Elizabeth talk, and there's a red herring there. It's like not great, but it sets up the end of the movie, which is pretty like. I mean, it's an ending. It's an ending and a half. The ending of Dead Man's Chest.
Yeah.
I mean, the most important thing that happens is that Norrington, again, like this, the ultimate bastion of lawful good in these films, catches a whisper of the letters of marque and privateer commissions from Jack and Elizabeth talking. And I think that's important for later stuff. But right now, again, it's just set up and everything.
And I feel like it's one of those things that probably should have been covered a little bit more in detail of like why that's significant, right? From another historical context again. Being a privateer is basically being a pirate commissioned by a single government, basically. So they would not target British ships, but they would target Spanish ships or whatever, basically, right?
And this is and another important thing, like and this is a good thing to have historical context for, which I got after the film because I was like a really little kid and I just started reading about pirates after this. But like historically, a lot of pirates just take privateer commissions because you get to basically do all the same shit, except there's at least one country that doesn't want to kill you for it.
Correct.
So for most pirates, and weirdly this does tie into the fourth film, for most pirates that's a good enough deal to do it.
Right.
But Jack, more than anything, Jack values his own freedom. So the idea of working under Beckett asterisk again, like, no, absolutely not. What the fuck? I'm trying the opposite of that right now. Whereas Norrington, who still, much like movie one will, just sees like pirate bad, Royal Navy good, is just like, oh, that's my ticket back in. That's how I get my life back.
Right.
So that I also think again, it's so weird. Like again, when you pay attention, it's so weird how many of these characters are like mirroring the other one in some way, in weird ways.
Well, I mean, a movie with lots of good foils is good. It definitely helps tell your more engaging and deep stories. And I think Norrington's arc is one of the best ones in the entire franchise.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I'm glad.
Because, like, again, you kind of blink and you miss him as a character, right?
Yeah.
But what he's telling you, basically throughout this is a little more intriguing than some of the other stuff they have to say, right? So.
I mean, here's the thing. I've been interpreting this to hell and back. What would you say, like, Norrington is saying?
Well, I just think that like, that's a good question. I haven't really. And I don't know. I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna wait. Let's get to the third movie first,
Okay.
and I'll talk about the whole thing.
Like it's a continuation from that first movie. Of just like, you know, law, civilization, blah blah blah, does not always equal inherently good in everything.
Yeah, I think that's. I mean, you're not wrong, but I think it's more about just the fact that like. He starts off, like you said, in this very, like, this is the way things are and this is the way things need to be or whatever. And then, like, that desperation to kind of get back to it is, like, what he perceives himself as needing to be his redemption arc, right? But what is his real redemption in the third movie?
No, I got you.
You know what I mean?
I mean, we can get. I would like to hear more. I'd like your thoughts on that.
Yeah.
So that is a good. Like that has stuck with me. But I mean, then we get like just, you know, they get the heart. And they get to Isla de Cruce, and some of the best action scenes ever happen. Fucking water wheel fencing, hell yeah, absolutely. I mean, like, I think that is what I like about like first, second, and third film is that yeah, there's a lot of like just stuff for like it looks cool.
Oh, you're talking about the water wheel. Yeah, I got a lot to say about that. Sorry.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so before you get to that, so take a step back. So all the characters end up on this island. You know, Jack's crew does, including Norrington now, to look for the heart, right? And there's a little scene where Elizabeth is using the compass, and they find the chest, basically, right? And then this starts this three-way fight between Norrington, Will, and Jack for the heart, basically, right? And each character wants it for various different reasons, and like that's all pretty okay, right?
That's what I was gonna say.
So you've got Norrington who wants it to their own redemption arc, which we just kind of covered. You got Jack who wants it because he wants to have the leverage to be able to break the binds that Davy Jones has on him, and Will wants it so he can release his father, right? And it's one of those frustrating things that these movies do a lot in my mind, where like if Will and Jack took 2 minutes to talk, right? Yeah. They could probably come up with a way that they could achieve both of their goals, right?
Okay,
and ally with each other.
Sorry. I would like to point you back to the big thing I have written on the board. You know, I'm going to tap.
That Will's an idiot.
I like again. It's not an idiot plot, but I do think that's an important part of his character.
Right.
Will isn't thinking; he's moving forward, and like you know, he has tunnel vision.
Sure.
Like yeah, I agree. Maybe Jack could think of that because he negotiated his thing
constantly is scheming.
But but Will is not thinking that at all and does not care for what Jack is doing.
Right. So this fight occurs, and like it starts off like fine. Like I don't. It's not like the worst. I like the part where Elizabeth attempts to faint to distract them. Like I think that's hilarious. It's good comical relief there going on, right? And then you've got the two random pilots from Barbossa's crew that I can't remember their names either, but the one with the fake eyeball and the bald guy, right, come running in, and they ensue in some of the chaos and hilarity as well, in this whole scene. And like I think that scene starts off really, really, really well. And then when you throw the giant wheel in though, like it's not as good, right? So what I'd like to do here, if we will, for a moment, is think back to the first movie. And the fact that like one of these action scenes that we have that you can kind of compare kind of piece by piece to this scene is the fight in the blacksmith with, Jack and Will, right? And that scene, there's some really good analysis out there as well on YouTube. I haven't watched them recently, but I know they're out there talking about that scene, and how the action is broken out really well. Hold on, I got it. Swiffin Trophy, thank you very much for that follow. Really appreciate it.
Well,
but one of the things that's really cool about that scene is that like as they're going through it, like there's stuff that like Jack is pointing out in the blacksmith fight where he's like, "Oh, hey, you're not too bad. Hey, let's check your footing and stuff like that, whatever and things, right?"
Well, that's the thing, right? It's the first. What was I thinking of? It's the first fight in the franchise, and Jack just does a great job at laying out like classic cutlass battles.
Right.
That's great for that.
Yeah, and like the thing that gets me in Dead Man's Chest, right, is that like this scene occurs basically like you were saying, right? But you said it as kind of like an inexcusable, like, it's not that big of a deal because it's this cool action set piece, and this franchise is going to have cool action set pieces and stuff from time to time, right? But, like, I think it's really to the detriment, right? Because, like, in the first movie, that blacksmith fight is really there to show you, like, what, like, Will is all about when it comes to the fighting and what Jack's really all about, and kind of, like, the opposite sides of their, like, perspective when it comes to, like, saber combat, right? And, like, the giant windmill thing is just, like, chaos and cool for the sake of whatever, right? And I think that's highlighted the best when, like, they get up on the roof or whatever, and I forget exactly what Jack says, but he says something to irritate Norrington so that Norrington will go after Will. And he doesn't, like, fall for it, really, because he goes after Jack still. But then he's like, but he's not wrong, and then he gets all the attention to Will or whatever. Like,
all right, that's great. Well, so here's the thing, and maybe it, like, this is definitely a place, like, maybe this rubbed off on me. And maybe it's just because I've also watched Dragon Ball Z. But to me, it doesn't necessarily take away from it. Like, I get what you're saying.
Right.
You're not necessarily wrong.
Okay.
But I would just argue it's not to a detriment.
So here's my, just, I want to, you're going to take a pin, you're going to put it here, okay? The issue here is that this scene in of itself is not that egregious or that bad, whatever, and it's fine, right? Seeing Jack actually knock himself out, it's funny. Although I was watching with my kids, and my one kid's like, okay, so he knocked himself out the first time he was in here. Why does it look like he's not even avoiding the pipe now, Dad? And I'm like, I don't know. Right? Like, and when my young children are pointing that out, right, Caleb's like, maybe you need to do a better job of, like, showing your fight location and stuff like that. Because, again, in the blacksmith shop, they do a great job of making everything that happens in there. Like, there's some ridiculous stuff happening in there, right? Like, you know, jumping up on the rafters and whatever. But all of it still makes sense in the context of, like, the world they've built for you in that scene, right? And, like, that's not true for the windmill scene. And, again, you're not wrong in the statement that this isn't, like, taking away from a lot of the other stuff that's going on, right? Yeah. But what I would point to, it's a warning sign of things to come.
I think the biggest thing I can, and you're not necessarily saying this, but you're also kind of saying this, is that the thing that, and I did say this, is that, like, again, these movies have some chaff on them. They are not. They are not. I know you're laughing because that's the whole thing you don't like. But yeah, you know, they're not exactly tightly packed. They are big movies. Right. And, like, the stuff we're highlighting is like the in-between a lot of it. But I think the difference is, like, I just have fun with that, and I think it only adds to, like, it being like an adventure movie.
Sure.
You know, like this adventure they're going on
yeah.
and everything. I think random wild pirate themed shit happening is, like, adds to that feeling of an adventure. Whereas you're saying no, you need to cut down on that.
Well, okay, or you make tweaks, right? You have that fight. You have Norrington and you have Will, like, fighting each other on top of this thing or whatever like that, right? And maybe, like, when it starts rolling and, like, when Will first jumps on or whatever like that, he makes a quip to Norrington saying, let's see how your footwork is or whatever. You know what I mean? And you make it a referential thing, but then you also make it into a thing where now Will is also feeling more confident in his own abilities, right? And he's now trying to judge another combatant or someone else at one point that he considered to be above him, right, as an equal or at least at similar stature. And that's the stuff. It would only take a very little bit, I think, to take that action set piece and make it into a little more of a character moment as well, rather than just like, ooh, cool scene.
That's fair. So you're saying, like, it doesn't necessarily need to be cut down, but it could be refined
tweaked.
More.
Yeah. Because, again,
oh my God.
There's a lot to be said about, in the first movie, like, those scenes have really important character reasons for existing, right?
Yeah. And that's fair. I wouldn't say that, like, I think my rebuttal to that would just be, that's not untrue of these, and there is, like, a specific massive thing that I think is, like, the case here of, like, I think it is still that and you think it isn't, but yeah, but I understand where you're coming from, and you're not necessarily wrong. I just don't think it's necessarily what you're saying.
Especially when you have a movie that's so long, like, it would not be a big deal to kind of slide this stuff in.
Like, if that stuff could be, you know, better put together for the sake of making the 2 hours and 30 minutes to watch these more worth it, then like yeah, then I would agree those would be better movies. But I also don't think what we have right now is so bad that that like it necessitates like redoing the thing.
No, I don't agree with. I don't think that is necessarily true either.
What I'm saying is, I'm not say like, what I'm trying to say is like, it's not me saying we need to remake Pirates. What I am saying is like, I don't need to go to an alternate universe where your version exists. If that makes sense.
Yeah, that's fair. I think that in Dead Man's Chest, it's a fine amount of,
It's not,
as you call it, chaff.
The other thing, and I have thoughts about that, but we're gonna finish this real quick. I mean, is there anything else after this fight? Because like at the end, oh, there is something, which is it ties back to the first movie, and it ties back to something in this movie, and I noticed it for the first time, watching it this time, and I even told you I was like I love these movies more now. So like oh fuck, but like.
You're allowed to like the things you like. I would like to just clarify really quickly here that I don't look down upon anybody for loving things like that, right?
But we're having a conversation about it, and we're not opposing, not nearly to the hyperbole I was speaking it up to be. But like, you know, we have different, you know, and I got more conviction about mine.
That's good.
We were like, and also it was a joke. But I wanted to point something out. So like, what happens at the end of that fight as the fishmen come and they get to the rowboat and get back to the Pearl? What does a certain former Commodore do?
Yeah, it's so good. It's like one of the best scenes in that whole movie.
Well, yes. It's not just good for the surface level reason, because what happens is literally what happened when Jack lost the Pearl for the second time, not counting when it sunk the first time and Davy Jones rose it up. Which is Jack let a piece of, well, Elizabeth technically, but a piece of information got let slip, and it ended up costing Jack literally everything he had.
Right.
And also, to something you had said before, and yes, granted, like they didn't know they were making this sequel when they made the first movie, and you know that the theme I'm talking about right now is heavily buried. But like, why does Jack go after the Pearl and Barbossa? Because he's kind of sacrificed it all, as we find out later, to have these things,
right,
and not taken away from him.
Yeah.
So, and again, tying it back to this being a great sequel, minus the incredibly offensive part, like that is building on what was there before without having to.
No, I agree, and I think that's valid. I don't think you could say that he's this big pacifist because of his actions in the first movie. When again, I think if things had went the way they originally wanted things to go, I don't think he would be as ruthless as Barbossa, mind you. I think because that's where his character's different. He has friends and relationships with people and cares about the people that are close to him in a way that Barbossa doesn't. Right?
I was definitely using hyperbole because Jack is absolutely not a pacifist. He shot Barbossa in the chest, and he fought Will. He just didn't want to kill Will. He's willing to do dirty things to get his way.
Right.
But it's in comparison to people like Barbossa, who are not necessarily pirates. We don't say pirates because they usually like being a pirate.
Right.
It's valid, but it also means Barbossa is being an asshole.
Which is why they're my favorite character. You know?
Almost every other pure pirate character is a much more peaceful person. Also, there's a lot of people in chat. I want to say thank you to Swift and Tropy for following and chatting. And also, hi, G. Going well. Honestly, Sar likes these movies more than I think he told me or I knew, or I assumed. So.
I just think you assume that everybody is gonna judge you for the things you're interested in a negative way, and you shouldn't do that.
That is 100% me. But I mean, yeah. Then, I mean, not like plot happens. They pay off the romantic Chekhov's gun.
Well, I do want to say really quickly that the scene where Norrington steals the heart, I think, is expertly shot, because they do it in a way that's kind of wink and a nudge to you if you're the viewer, right? And you can piece together what's about to happen, right? But the reveal of it right, is so good and so satisfying. Where
it is shot as such that like again, blinking you'll miss it.
Right.
You don't feel like, why don't they fucking notice it? We can see it because we don't see it. We just see like the setup and like
Right.
pieced together, but it's
Right.
not spelled out for us.
Right, and I think there's even there's a little part where, because you kind of see him putting something in his like breast pocket, and he spins around. So again, it leads to all the pieces that you need are there to connect those dots in a meaningful way, right?
And to refute kind of one of your biggest points is that like, yes, there's a lot of chaos happening, and yes, it could be like, you know, more tied together in a neater, better made way. But it is the chaos of what's going on.
Well, okay, and I want to be very clear. That scene has like none of the CGI mess that I hate in these movies,
That is
right?
fair.
So like that entire beach scene, and the only thing about that fight that gets me a little whatever is the wheel thing. And again, it's only because in the first movie they did such a great job of using those kind of fights to build the characters up, and that scene is just, hey, this is cool, right?
And I can understand that because like if you want a more down to earth.
Well, it's not even that I want down to earth. Just give me something, a growth, development, character, whatever, right? You know? Like when I see Goku going Super Saiyan for the first time, I want it to be for an important reason, not just because it's cool, right?
Okay, but then we'll get to this. No, not to like the two people in my chat and, you know, set it up as it is, but this is literally building to one of the biggest moments of like the entire, like this, the movie, and everything for me. But we need to finish that stuff first. So Norrington does the great thing. Jack, you know, Jack finally, like, it's a confrontation with Jones in the traditional sense, not just like standoff, like, it's happening, you know, that kind of stuff.
Yep.
And also, and again, I think even if it's not brought to the forefront, also, let's go to the ship. We're leaving. I can't find the fucking thing, let's go. I think, again, even though it could be better...
Hold on, before we leave, let me look it up, I guess.
And blah, blah, blah. I think it's really important to note, when Jack wanted the Pearl back, and I know all about that backstory because I read the 300-page prequel novel, Price of Freedom. It's actually pretty good. He asked for the fastest ship. Which, it's wild Jones decided to include the Dutchman in that, you know, category, like making the Pearl faster than his ship, which is supposed to be even faster. But I think it's an important underline of Jack's character. Like, he could have asked for the strongest ship or blah, 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 that kind of shit. But no, he wanted the fastest one. And that has paid off in him managing to briefly escape from Jones, kind of. He's outrunning blah, blah, blah. But then, spoiler alert, Kraken comes. Jack dies. They pay off. So go to get on.
I'm doing the riddle, hold on.
Oh, okay.
I'm looking it up now. I didn't know we were at that desperation level.
No, listen, if you want to look it up or leave, like, I'm fine looking it up.
But I want the shine. Oh god, another explosive barrel.
I'll try and look it up.
Monster Straw on the West Shore. That's the one.
Yeah. Then they kind of pay off this thing. And it's like, does Elizabeth love Jack? No.
Oh my god, you're not gonna believe this.
What?
It's so this is frustrating because there's like 3 monster jaws on this shoreline or whatever over here, right? Right? Those ones over there. These ones over here.
Mm-hmm.
It's saying it's these ones.
This?
Yes.
It's not a jaw!
I agree.
It's literally the one skeleton without a jaw!
I know. Why would they do this to us?
I don't know, because they hate us, and they wanted this. And they wanted this to be a stream about this. They wanted this to be a podcast, basically. But yeah.
Here.
I mean, what was I thinking of? I also think, like, first off, it's not an ending you expect if you haven't seen the movie before. You think silly Disney character Jack Sparrow will get home free and everything will be hunky-dory.
Oh wait, no, this is not the one. I'm sorry, I lied.
To the monster.
Not this one.
But also, I think it's another good illustrate. What about these ones?
It's not that one. Yeah, that's what I thought it was originally. It's on the other side of the cove, I think.
But this is West. Okay.
Is that one right here? Hold on.
But I also think it's a good illustration of like Elizabeth is decently more of a pirate than Will, because
Yes.
she tricks a man and leaves him to die, and seems to be fine with that. And then they set up for the third one. And okay, and this plays into the thing you keep saying, which isn't necessarily a wrong opinion, but I do want to defend my case, which is that Davy Jones doesn't win this movie. Davy Jones is in our main villain, despite the hero dying, is in a much worse place than he was when he started the film. And the only real winner of this movie, including Norrington, who's not a winner here, is Beckett, and he gets exactly what he wants, which is basically everything.
So this was the job, by the way. Apparently.
That's wild that that's the case.
Yeah.
Anyway.
I agree with you.
Yeah.
And it's frustrating.
So, this was much longer than the first conversation, but it's done with Dead Man's Chest.
Well, okay, but I wanna kind of just put a bow on some stuff here, right? So we talk about the climax scenes in this movie, right? So in the first movie, your big like ship-to-ship combat scene, right, is literally two boats out in the middle of the ocean, right? You get the interceptor to do an anchor turn and stuff like that, whatever, right? It's really neat. You have some fighting. You see some good naval action, right?
If I could put a pin in it real quick.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yes, that is the ship scene, but the climax scene is Jack versus Barbossa.
Yeah. And then you have the big CGI monster fight with the skeletons. Was what I was gonna say next, right? You have those are your kind of like your big two like moments, right? And in Dead Man's Chest, you have the big sea battle between the Dutchman and the Pearl, right? Where again the Pearl gets to use that thing that they've been hyping up the whole time, where it's the fastest ship in all of the ocean or whatever like that, right? And that scene where Jones is basically like, whatever, it don't matter, let's just ring this bell instead, right? Like, that's good and it's powerful and like whatever, right? Like, even if the actual like ship combat is kind of muddy from all the CGI and whatever, right? And stuff like that, whatever, right? And then the Kraken scene, right at the end, they do a good job of hyping up the Kraken and all the stuff, whatever, and you get to see Will be really smart and clever and using gunpowder and rum and all the other stuff, whatever, to hurt it and things, and feels good and everything, right? Like, it's a pretty decent action scene, and again, I think for the most part, the stuff holds up pretty okay, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
I just want to make sure that stuff was clearly covered, right?
I appreciate it.
And then I want to talk about the one thing that is my like number one biggest complaint about this movie's ending. Why do Will and Elizabeth just not talk? And they kind of try to justify it in the next movie, but it boggles my mind in a way that I cannot even explain.
About like, or you say like after the movie,
Or even like after it happens.
I don't know, because I mean, like, I literally don't have an explanation for you. I just think, because the explanation I have is Will doesn't want to confront the fact that he thinks Elizabeth loves another man. Like, that is all I have for you.
Right.
And that's not enough, but that is what I believe it is.
Yeah, I understand, but I'm saying, like, it is the way they address it in the next movie. Jumping ahead just slightly or whatever like that. It was basically like, well, I didn't want anyone to know my plan because I thought you would spoil it, and then that's exactly the justification that Will uses for not letting Elizabeth know about his plan when it comes to Bootstrap, right? And it just literally, it's artificial tension, it's bad screenwriting, it's the stuff that drives me insane.
Wait, because I somewhat disagree to you, because we have literally just been talking about how, like, Jack lets when people find out about plans in Pirates, they go bad. Like, that is what happens. That's the setup for the first movie, and that's the ending to the second movie. Like, I do somewhat agree with you.
So Cahill,
to an extent.
are you telling me that when you really, really love somebody, and you really care about them, and you look them straight in the eye, you can't tell them everything?
I mean, depends. Like, I've never been in a life-threatening situation with my loved ones before, where the fate of the ocean, and whether or not we die in prison, rides on it. So,
It seems to me like Calypso and Davy Jones not talking and communicating everything clearly with one another is kind of what leads to, you know, some of their tension too. You know, maybe don't emulate their relationship if you know what I mean.
Well, I mean that is an important part, but that's also literally the end of the film. So we're gonna let's do the thing that you introduced to this discussion.
All right.
We're done with them after the movie.
Yeah, pretty much.
I rate this movie. I'm gonna give it a 9 crabs out of 10.
You know, I'll give it an 8.
Okay, so swap rating.
Yeah, pretty much.
The next
That might surprise you.
you might. So now we're at World's End.
Oh, also, sorry, one last little, since now we're officially at World's End or whatever, right?
Yeah.
What At World's End does with Jack's death irritates me. All right.
That's pretty valid.
And again, I think it ties a lot into the fact that they don't do a good job setting up the third movie and the second movie, right?
That's fair.
Like if because they don't set up the Pirate Lords.
Yeah.
They don't set up the Pieces of 8.
I mean, they do set up other stuff, but
Yeah.
that's also stuff you don't like. That's also something you can enjoy. So.
Well, I mean, we'll see.
But
You should jump in the water.
I want to start this off by saying that I think that, like, don't get me wrong, because everyone loves Barbossa, but we're in the third movie now, and he's basically an anti-hero. You know, not just a full protagonist. Also, are we fighting a thing?
Yeah, that's why I was surprised you jumped overboard.
Oh, because there was a thing. That's a good one too. Okay, we can fight. But like, first off, Davy Jones, he steals the show. He's the best villain. This is fact. Barbossa is a great villain when he gets redeemed, and like, he's just a great character.
Does he get redeemed?
No.
He kind of makes a lot of dumbass mistakes in this third movie. And I love his character. I do enjoy him a lot.
Well, I will say, he's also not as, like, I don't know. He's more ruthless than Jack, but he's not necessarily smarter than Jack.
That's fair.
But anyway, those are the villains we have established in our previous films. They're great, we love them. But there is another small, tiny man who we are forgetting, and that is Lord Cutler Beckett, who was a minor antagonist in the second one, now a full-on antagonist the third one.
Yeah, so the third movie starts off, and literally there's a line of people walking up to the executioner's block, one by one, and they're the unmasked... Of course you do. They're the unwashed masses of, like, you know, the world or whatever, and you have a guy reading off the proclamations of what each person has done and, like, what's now illegal in, like, you know, Port Royal, basically. And effectively, if you've ever talked to a pirate, they will hang you now, basically. Why are you raising the anchor?
Because we have 5 planks left.
We have 18 planks left.
Okay, then we'll fight.
You didn't look in the storage crate you left on the deck.
You're right. Well, I just, like... I mean, they just immediately set the tone of, hey, Beckett runs the civilized world now, and shit sucks pretty hard.
Well, for anybody who's ever been associated with pirates, right? Which is kind of...
I mean, we can get, like, we could cover, like... This is jumping ahead a bit, but he does just also kill Elizabeth Swann's dad. He just decides to kill him.
Right.
I think the idea is that...
Which is one of many off-screen deaths for some mind-blowing reason in this movie.
That's fair.
I mean, that one has, like, purpose and works out. But overall, it's still like, why is this? But we'll get there. All right, but I just want to cover this quick. Okay, so there's everybody going up to the chopping block. Everybody's dying or whatever, right? It should be noted that Beckett now has the heart, and so they have control of Davy Jones now. So, like Cahill said, they achieved their goal. They are now controlling the most powerful entity on the seas.
A ship literally capable of killing Armada.
Which has allowed them to now cut down on piracy against them and probably use it as an advantage against any other, like the Spanish, for instance, right? In the area. It's also interesting you don't see any like actual Spanish ships until the 5th movie. Anyway, so
Fourth.
oh, is it the 4th one? Okay.
Yeah, that's what's amazing.
I had a point in all this. Damn it, what was I saying? And what I don't understand, because again, they don't do a good job of like kind of establishing some of this stuff, whatever, like that, right? Like, it's a powerful scene. It's a cool scene. I wondered if I need to leave my kids to walk out of the room as they hang the kid. You know what I mean, right?
Yeah.
But they start to sing the song, right?
Yeah.
And like, it's one of those things where, again, in like the mysticism or the magic or whatever of this universe or whatever, right? Like, is a big deal with this song. And it's implied, kind of, sort of, but never really clarified, that, again, this is Beckett, like, hedging his bets against, like, the one powerful, stronger in the seas. I sniped that with a pistol to kill it, by the way.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Is this thing that exists, and the song is, like, the first part of the prophecy, basically, to, like, make that happen. But, again, none of that is established or kind of led up to before this movie, which I think, again, is a detriment to it. And I think adding a line or two about the Pieces 8 in the previous movie, probably saying, hey, there's a thing called Pirate Lords in this world, right? Maybe don't even let them know who they are.
Hey, wait. Because you're right, they don't talk about the Pirate Lords, but, like, that organization is set up when they keep talking about the Code and the Brethren Court. Like, they do mention those in the first and second movie.
Did they talk about the Brethren Court? I don't know what it's talking.
Yeah, they talk about, like, I believe, like, Elizabeth mentions it when she's trying to get Barbosa to do shit she wants.
I know they talk about the Code, and they call it the... That was one of the things I noticed, too, that I thought was kind of weird. Because they call it the Pirate Code in the first movie. They call it the Brethren's Code when they bring out the big book later in this movie, right?
Well, it's based on real world shit, because Brotherhood of the Coast, Morgan, Barkmall, those are all real things.
Right. And it's just one of those kind of weird things, again, where... Is it the same thing? Is it something
If you don't
different?
know that, then, like, it's nothing to you, but
Right.
if you like pirates, then it's pretty cool. But yeah.
But my point, again, is just that, like... So now Beckett has a spooky ghost that he's worried about potentially being stronger than his heart. And so he's going full-on maniacal madman to get people to start singing the song. Hooray.
Well,
No, that's all I got. That was I just was setting up that initial little bit there for why Beckett is like full on the bad guy now, basically, right?
so, here's the thing, and we're, like, this is just all over the movie. And, that was the thing, note. So, it's kind of hard to talk about in any one scene, and we're just going to get it out the gate, because I do like Beckett as a villain, and there's different reasons for that. And it is pointed out in one of the videos I watched analyzing these movies. A lot of these videos are saying these movies are good. I agree. Like, as much as I enjoy the mysticism in these movies, being like super understated, and it's just like you don't know how it works, and there's not an explanation. Things are just magic, kind of. You know, like very subtle magic.
I'm fine with that.
100% accept. You could explain it more.
My issue comes in when you don't. It's more from the larger narrative stuff, right? Especially when you've made the decision you're going to make a second and third movie. Because I believe at this one, they had decided when they decided to greenlight the second one, they were doing both, right? It wasn't a question. There was going to be 3, not 2. Then make some more stuff in the second movie, lining up some of these larger things you're going to set up in this one, right?
The end scene.
And I don't think that, like, that is hard to do or hurts this movie, or hurts the previous movie to be like, yo, like, I know you're working on getting this heart, buddy. I already said that earlier, you know what I'm saying? Like, let's keep an eye out for these Pieces 8, too, or, hey, have you heard about this pirate song, or whatever, right? Like...
Right. I think the thing they could have done is, because you find out everyone has... to be a pirate lord, you already have a specific. You find that out. But... they could have just been like, okay, well, if we don't stop this, then this will involve the whole Brethren Court and the Pirate Lords and stuff like that.
Something, right?
Yeah. I do think, again, this is transitioning between the second and third. I do think it's not great. I'm not going to hype it up. But I do think that, and they do explain these, but I do think it's good that, like, because at first Tia Dalma's just like, she's weird, and she's kind of helpful, but you don't think of anything besides that. And then she brings a man back from the dead.
Oh yeah, at the end
So
of the second movie.
So something's up with her.
Which,
And I think
by the way, did you catch when they bring her the invincible monkey Jack, and she's like, "Yeah, that'll take his payment" or whatever like that? When they run into the other room, you can actually see Barbossa's boots in there already.
Oh, I've never seen his
And
boots.
that's why Jack runs in there, is because that he's going to hang out with Barbossa's corpse or
Well,
whatever.
I did know that part because like he runs up those stairs and then Barbossa comes down them later.
Yep.
Great.
But yeah, you can see his boots because he's like laying on a bed, and you can see the boots poking out. It's great.
Oh yeah. But like, I do think it's like, because there are some movies that like deal with certain things and they don't fucking explain it even in a little bit. This movie does legitimately, whether or not you enjoy it or think it's good, it does lay out like the mechanics of this afterlife, which we find out when they get a ship and start going to World's End. We dropped the title real early in this movie.
Right.
But Kiyodama establishes there are different kinds of deaths you can have. If Barbossa, and again, they didn't have to, which is good, like, granted, it was, again, it's not hinted at all, that's to your credit. Barbossa died on land. Like, he did not have to deal with Davy Jones. He died on land. He had a normal death after he got turned back into a regular person. So Kiyodama's like, that's fine, I can do that. And then you establish you have the deaths at sea that, like, you know, Davy Jones deals with. And then Jack's death, which specifically puts him in, like, a death prison, which is where they're going. Is that Jack is basically in prison death with the Pearl, and they have to go save him because you can't just bring someone out like that. And, like, that's the part of the lore they decide to explain, whether you like it or not. And I'm okay with that. I get it.
Well, I like the part too where like Barbossa, even like when he's talking to Elizabeth when they're on their way to World's End, and it's basically like there's never a guarantee you're coming back, basically, or whatever like that, right? I think that's a good little thing.
Well,
there
that's
too,
one
where
of
it's
the things that makes that's one of the things that I think makes this movie great. Also, we'll rewind a bit. Like, I mean, Elizabeth is just a pirate now. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Like,
basically.
they established that out the gate.
And I would just like to point out that in the some time has progressed. They have moved locations from the Caribbean to Singapore, right? Which again is nice because they've been kind of hinting at it many times in the other movies or whatever, right? They keep talking about Singapore pirates.
I do think that is like a good way of just like it's a B plot and like, you know, it's a thing happening, but it is like just like a good background thing of like Jack has history in Singapore, so this is going to be a whole ordeal.
Right. But I would like to point out that, like, again, Elizabeth and Will, and all the time it takes them to get from the Caribbean to Singapore, don't talk about what happened at the end of the second movie.
I think that's fair. Will is just real bad with emotions. He didn't have a fucking parental figure to base it on.
I mean, that's not wrong.
But what was I thinking? But yeah, I mean, there is further to go yet, but I like this is what I like. I think Elizabeth is a great character in these movies, and this is what I like. She went from just like before she had done what she did out of necessity, with always with the intention of like, you know, returning to, I guess, like her dad or whatever, you know, life as it was, marry Will, blah blah blah, that kind of stuff. At this point, she like because Beckett controls the life she once had, so now she's just fully pirate. Like, she doesn't care. She's, you know, fully in on this. And we establish, I mean, again, you're not wrong. It's not super well explained, but we established the pirate lords, blah blah blah. But Sao Fang doesn't want to help in the slightest because he hates Jack, and apparently most people do. But they need him back because Jack was one of them. And again, when we started talking about this, we were like, well, they should have kept Jack dead. And I do think that would have been a more interesting movie. Absolutely. I would have wanted the Pearl back, but, you know, that's biased. But I do think they do give kind of like a good reason forward. Like, listen, we need all of us together, and Jack is unfortunately all of us.
Yeah. I mean, you're not wrong in that. My complaint there is more the fact that it's not so much what it does for the third movie that it's a problem. It's one of those situations where it retroactively makes that scene less good in the second movie, right?
Which one? Oh, his death?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fair. I mean,
because it's a really well done scene, and it's really cool, and that betrayal with Elizabeth really stings. And like for her character, like obviously she's feeling some feelings after like, oh my god, I just did this.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, I'm not saying you're wrong in that it's kind of manufactured tension with everything going on with that and shit. But at the same time,
Thank you for not saying I'm wrong about that, because I don't think you could. Because it very much is. Right?
but what I do want to say is I think there is even more manufactured tension and shit in other movies and shit.
Sure.
Like, as far as doing it well, this I think this film, it does it as much as I'm willing to bear it, basically.
Yeah, that's fair.
Like, and like, that's what I'm saying, like, these aren't perfect movies, but I adore them, and one of the things and I guess part of that is because, like, I'm used to forced drama in movies. This is the one I enjoyed in, if that makes sense.
Yeah, that makes sense, yes.
Yeah, and then there's just Drac going crazy in the locker.
Which I think is fun. Like, I don't have any major problems with that stuff.
So, we're gonna hop around a little bit because this movie is chaos, and I fully admit to that. But I just, like, I enjoy its chaos. But, like, we'll talk about both at the same time because they are deciding, because they have the charts, which are very special, they can get back from the land of the dead on the Pearl.
Whoa. You're gonna skip right over the scene where they're trying to upskirt Elizabeth, and instead they see the guy or whatever?
Yeah, well, that's part of this movie being made by, like, Disney and shit, and big studios.
Yeah, alright, that's fine.
They couldn't help themselves. There's a lot. Listen, Elizabeth endures a lot in Singapore for the 20 minutes they're there.
You're gonna skip over the fact that, like, the East India Trading Company has agents within the pirate bands now?
Okay, well, that is, I do think that's good because, like, because I do want to talk about, like, Jones versus Beckett, and I think it's good, like, they are showing you in the early scenes how much control Beckett has.
Right.
Which is, like, everywhere.
Yep.
Literally everywhere.
Yep.
Like, civilized life, pirate life, no one is safe from him. He controls everything now. He has the army, and the only thing that can stop an army is what he and like, genuinely, I enjoy that. Like, it's an impressive, because it ties in, like, these movies are about adventure. Like, you would agree with that, right? These movies are adventure.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
And Beckett's whole thing is ending that.
Right.
Like, that is his, I get where you're coming from when you say he's a bad villain, but I do want to get into this, because I think it is Beckett's driving force, and also what makes him good in conjunction with Davy Jones. And I will say that because I know the feelings you just had, we're going to sink this galleon. But, so Davy, like, both Beckett and Jones want to take away Jack's freedom. Jack and, general world.
Hello, friends. How's it going?
Can we get our treasures here?
Y'all want to do an alliance? Parlay? Oh, they shot me. Never mind. They don't want to be friends.
Okay. Oh. Time to sink them. But, so both Beckett and Jones want to take away freedom from people in general. Jones in his cruel, mystic, evil, ghost power, and Beckett in, like, normal down to earth, by just having a monopoly on it. Right? But I think they're a good contrast to each other because Jones is a character defined and driven by his emotions. Like Jones is supernatural and he is supposed to appear a monster, but he has, like, a human, forgive the pun, a human heart. You know what I mean? Like, he is driven by his regular attitude. Becky is the complete opposite of that, where even though he's...
Good game. GG.
Even though he's based in reality, he is almost robotic. Like, and it plays into his interaction with Jones, because you know, he does a little check-in with Jones to be like, hey, I need you to run this shit better. And like the rest of the East India Trading Company, like it's the only good use of those two Ubers from Port Royal is like you can see they're all afraid of Jones and his crew, and Beckett just doesn't give a shit. Like Jones is another employee to him for all intents and purposes.
Yeah.
And he runs the ship like that, and I think that is a good way of establishing a down-to-earth character as an even bigger threat than the supernatural one. If that makes sense.
That does make sense. I agree.
Because another thing I pointed out in like the analysis and stuff, Beckett doesn't have connections. Like Mercer works for him, but like, is there any character like related to that?
Hey man, I just wanted to ally with you guys. I don't know why you had to be this way, but have a nice night.
But like, does Beckett like? There is no one Beckett knows or is related to outside of business, and almost none of them like him.
Right.
You know what I mean? He doesn't have friends or family, and people working for him seem to just not generally care about him.
No, I think that's accurate.
Yeah. So like, I get why you may not like him, but I don't think he's a bad character because despite being one of the most down-to-earth elements in, you know, this movie particularly, he is inhuman in a lot of ways. Specifically in ways that go against like the things even the audience enjoys about the movie, but specifically the themes Jack represents, which is freedom and adventure. Jack wants to be free and do cool stuff and have adventures all the time. Beckett wants the world to just run as it's supposed to, and you know, care about fun for anything. And it ties in, and again, it ties into the thing we were talking about before with the Kraken on the beach and everything.
I hate that part makes you so angry.
No, okay, but the thing is, there's actually there's substance to it.
Yeah, there's substance to it, but okay. So why the movie is already so incredibly long, right? And you spend an entire scene where the crew of the Black Pearl just happens when they get out of the Davy Jones's locker, coming upon the corpse of the Kraken, right? So you already have a spot in the movie that you're dedicating time to showing us the Kraken's corpse. There would have been no problem with you instead showing Beckett giving Davy the order to do it. And then, like, you could even make it even funner. Where, like, because, you know, they have that neat scene where they put the heart on the ship and you have Davy crying because he can feel his emotions because his heart is there again, right? You have that happen first. Then you have Davy have to kill his Kraken and is also, like, sad about that. That'd be cool. That'd be, like, way better. You know what I'm saying?
Can I just say, I think there's a bit of irony in here, because what you're saying is you want almost the cooler cinematic thing that would keep you more entertained in the movie. Oh my goodness! Alphonse just raid it.
There is a...
Thank you, Alphonse.
I mean, there's a mermaid here still, so I don't know if one of them's in the water. I looked, I didn't see him, but
I'll look at it.
just, you know, keep an eye out.
I get, like, that ties into different things where, like, again, because it ties back to, like, the beginning of these movies, where it's like, okay, how do we make pirates, you know, the good guys here? And they are historically not that. And it ties, and the way it does that is, like, Jack comes up to the Kraken, and the two goobers, the two pirate goobers specifically, are like, yeah, let's make fun of the dead
Oh my
animals.
god, this storage crate is just... oof.
Pack.
Yeah.
Also, thank you, Alphonse, and thank you, Shinra FN, for being a first-time chatter.
There's
And
36
thank
boards in there.
for shouting out Alphonse. That's incredibly important.
So now that I sunk that galleon single-handedly, by the way, your shots were really nice and it was great. You did a good job.
Thanks.
Can I run to the bathroom quick?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
All right.
Sorry.
No problems.
I'm sorry I kept going.
No, you're fine. This is just a good time for me to do that, because, like, again, my plan was to go over there and be like, hey, you guys want to fly Alliance flags together? And then we would have been friends, and they sniped me in the face instead. So I ran downstairs, ate some of that Meg that I had, and then proceeded to kill all of them. I killed all 4 of them. There were 2 of them at one point coming at me, Cahill, at the same time, and I killed them both without dying.
You are my go-to PvP.
I'm getting there, man. I'm getting there.
You're good. You're a pro gamer.
Yeah.
Everyone,
Sometimes.
Sargoto is a pro gamer.
All right, let me run to the bathroom quick before these guys come back and maybe try to kill us again. I don't know why they would, but you know, it happens sometimes.
Well, I mean, because we survived. Yeah. Yeah. Hello, everyone. I'm sorry. I mean, luckily, this is it's the one good time for me to not have to worry about being a big streamer because I'm just doing my essay and not talking, not doing streamer things because people aren't in my chat. Juice and Greg have been here. They're great. I appreciate them and the friends that support me. It's a lot. I appreciate it. But yeah, we have just been talking about what makes pirates good. And so far, like, I mean, Sargoto was supposed to be, like, it's supposed to be me against Sargoto. Oh, I like pirates, he doesn't. But no, we have just got into the third movie in the Pirates trilogy, which I consider like the true Pirates of the Caribbean experience. And like he has liked the last two. He admits the last two are good movies, minus the end of the second one because he doesn't like the third one. And I kind of get it. Like the third one is caught up in a lot of its own trappings, but at the same time, I adore it, and I think there's a lot good about it. So take that, Metacritic. Listen. I watch these movies and I feel emotion. Okay, I feel things in my soul. I don't feel a lot anymore.
When did that happen?
Hello.
All right, I'm back.
Okay.
Can you hear me, Cahill?
I can. Also, we're on. What's it called? Oh, we're doing a skeleton one probably. Not this one. Yeah, we're on Quicksala. Okay. I mean,
We should.
how was your bathroom, Sargata?
Oh, it was good. Thank you. My hands are nice to wash. It's good. So.
That's good. Nice to have a little cleanup.
Yeah. So like, I generally like I don't. There's nothing. I think the scene where like, Elizabeth is pulling all the guns out of themselves in Singapore is quite done well. I think that's funny. And then the last little bit there where he's like, get naked basically, whatever. I thought that was fine too. I didn't have any real concern there. The upskirt thing felt like they were taking it just a bit too far personally. You know what I mean? Like one too many. Those jokes back to back.
That's almost like it is not nearly as bad as the cannibals, but
right. I just like I feel like the issue with by the time you get to the third movie is that they start to like self-reference themselves and things too much in a lot of cases, right? And we'll get to that more in some of the later scenes.
Okay, but go on.
And I like the reveal that like everybody thought they were getting double crossed, and in truth they were all getting double crossed by the East India. I think that was a good little twist there. The Will making alliances with everyone basically for their own personal thing.
He's not Jack. He's trying to be. They literally reference.
Right, and then also like all that stuff again. I feel like wouldn't have happened if they just talked to fucking Elizabeth. Although it does make you wonder, like if that wouldn't have happened, then would the East India trading guy have just killed Will then, right? So there's kind of that little bit of whatever there. I don't know. It's just weird. And then like once they do the actual like all the visuals and stuff leading into the locker, and then the stuff with Jack in the locker talking to themselves and things, I think is well done. And it's anytime you just basically turn to Johnny Depp and be like, all right, be Johnny Depp for 15 minutes so we can make a scene out of it.
Something weird.
Right, and like they just do it. Like that stuff's generally okay. I don't have any major problems with that. Whatever, right? And then I think I think the crab thing is super important. Because I think like it to me the way I kind of take it is Jack's out there, he's doing the thing, whatever. There's that like one crab, and then all the crabs show up, and then obviously they move the black pearl to the water or whatever, right? But I don't think that happens until I don't know how to pronounce their last name, but Tia Dalma gets to the other side. I think that is her magic, her effect, basically.
More foreshadowing for like the magical MacGuffin here than
right.
Maybe you realize.
And
that is a criticism I've heard about that movie. I think it's from Take Pacific. Like about like the magical stuff versus just wanting a regular pirate adventure, like a very down to earth one.
Right, and like I don't mind the magical stuff as long as it's like well done, right? But we'll get to that. So like I think that's all neat. I really like how at first Jack is very skeptical that like any of this is actually happening.
Real?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that's a really good touch.
'Cause that is also something I think about with Hell. Is like, well, if it's effective, you wouldn't even know you're there. You'd just be having a bad time.
Right.
Yeah.
Which I think again is well handled.
Yeah.
And then I really like the one where Jack's going along basically like picking his crew and is like insulting everyone that like has betrayed him in the past.
One
Right.
of you succeeded.
And then that's finally when it's revealed to Will that something shady happened. It's like, oh my god, I've been waiting all this whole time for this to happen.
That's what I'm saying. It's not an idiot plot. It's just that one of our main characters is actually an idiot. You know what I mean? Like the rest are fine. Will doesn't have a brain cell.
Yeah, kind of feels that way. And then basically, like, so none of that stuff, like, really bothers me fundamentally in anything or whatever like that. I think the scene where, when Jack kind of figures out what they need to do to return to the land of the living is a little
Puzzle.
Just because, like, I don't know, why does he have to, like,
Hit the boat.
what's that over? Well, but like he could just tell them, like, I think this is what we need to do, or whatever. You know what I mean? Like, there's another way to like.
Kind of get it to happen. Like he was just like, just do it now.
Yeah, maybe. Like it feels a little whatever. And then like to have Barbossa like, you wily there, Jack. You figured it out. Let loose the cannons. Get the chud crawling across the deck.
That. Okay, but that's Barbossa loving being a pirate. Like,
Yeah. No, I love him doing it, but what I'm saying is, like, Jack could have also just told them to do it, right? Especially with them fighting over being a captain, like, I don't know. It's just a weird little thing with, like...
Maybe, like, I just think it was just Jack trying to get it done as fast as they can by just being like, okay, I'm going to get everyone moving back and forth, and hopefully this will work.
Yeah, maybe.
As opposed to explaining it and just being like, okay.
I wonder if anybody's ever done the physics of how likely it would be to actually be able to roll, like, a ship like that. Be interesting to see.
They're literally in the afterlife, so you could use any amount
I
of
mean,
tools.
yes, but I just would like to know if you released all the cannons and just had all the, stuff in the bottom moving around or whatever, would that be enough to make? I'm just out of curiosity saying.
Let it sway free.
Right, like, that doesn't bother me. Again, them returning and seeing the Kraken on the island, they just happen to be on the island next to the Kraken.
Okay.
Oh my god.
Pinpoint. Because I think this is important. Because it accomplishes a lot of things. I mean, first off, like, it gives Barbossa and Jack a moment where they're, like, actually having a heart-to-heart and not worrying about killing each other or betraying each other. That is their like, Barbossa and Jack do have history. Barbossa was Jack's first mate before he did that shit. So, like...
And also Part Lord, which is kind of weird, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, trust me, I have thought about that a lot. It's like, okay, you get the title, but you don't actually have to be a good pirate, because neither Jack nor Barbossa have, like, a fleet, but the rest kind of do.
Thank you, Gamer DLM. Really appreciate it. Yeah, we'll get to that. That's another thing that pissed me off more this time than I've ever been pissed off before about this movie. So.
Well, I think it's because they were both, like, the rest of... We're skipping ahead a bit, but I do want to say, I think it's because the rest of them are based somewhere else, and Barbossa and Jack are both squabbling over the same...
Caribbean.
Because Barbossa was doing a good job as, like, a legendary pirate in the first movie.
Right.
You know, people knew Barbossa and the Black Pearl. They thought they were a legend. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, he didn't have an armada, but he was wickedly effective at his job.
Right. And they had a lot of treasure that was not cursed Spanish gold in that cave, so...
They just weren't spending it or doing anything because there were half zombie people and really wanted to fix that first.
Right. I can have all these apples, but I can't eat a goddamn one.
That is, I want to say, like, again, good villains. Barbossa having... I didn't even touch on that because I did take a note about it where, like, you know, they invite Elizabeth to dinner and everything.
Oh, it's such a good scene. Yeah.
Yeah. And, like, he is literally just... And, like, I don't... What's the actor's name? You know what? I'm bad with these things.
I don't know. Sorry.
Okay.
But he's great.
He does such a good job. Like, Barbossa is just entranced at Elizabeth enjoying food.
Yep.
And I already touched on Elizabeth, like, dropping all her fanciness the moment she got on.
Oh yeah.
the
And,
pirate ship.
and he's like, no need to be so courteous. Have at it. Whatever. You know.
Like, that's what I'm saying. Barbossa, like, is the pirate.
Oh yeah.
Like,
So good.
he is the comparison of Jack being a weird guy. But, like, that scene accomplishes a lot. It's a heart-to-heart with, like, Jack and Barbossa. Barbossa kind of laying out his shit. Jack being like, yeah.
But I mean, you could do that stuff and still show the Kraken dying and not have them, show up on the island with the Kraken. I'm just saying.
I'm sorry, Sarko, but you're literally going back on one of your main arguments, which is like, don't do the cinematic thing, do the good thing. And the Kraken, like, that is a good scene, and they didn't need to have a massive Kraken.
But I think it has more impact if you see Davy Jones, like Beckett offhandedly being like, "Oh yeah, it looks like I made you kill your pet," is like the only time you see Davy react to like Beckett's influence over him or whatever, right? And I think it would have been more effective to like, again, really show like how little control Davy has over anything. And I get the line kind of does that, but if they're going to show the corpse later, like you could have taken that 2 minutes and made it a whole thing. You know what I mean? That's my point there. What does it add to have like? I think it'd almost be more interesting and more like you have Jack alive. Jack is very concerned about dying again, right? That's their arc in this movie, right? They want to become immortal because they did not like their time in Davy Jones's locker, effectively. That's their main goal, okay? And, like, if you didn't let Jack know right away that the Kraken was still potentially out there, right? Like, that adds a little more to the tension for that character, almost, right? In my mind, at least. Whereas, if immediately killing, all it does basically is like, oh, there's one less thing I need to worry about out here, basically, right?
Well, yeah, but you're also talking about this in a film where already so much has happened.
Oh, I know. Well, that's part of the problem here. There's so much.
Well, yeah, but what I'm saying is, I like it as it is, and I think that, like, you don't need to also add the Kraken on top of it. And that's part of the point.
I'm just saying, take the Kraken from one scene, you take that same time, you don't make the movie any longer, and you move it so it's a bigger... Because the thing is, this movie has very little Davy Jones doing Davy Jones things in it, right? And he's supposed to be like the big scary bad on the sea. It would give him one more thing to do.
That is kind of the point I am trying to make, though.
Hey, Far.
Like, and I think it's like, I think that is part of, like, it is literally what that scene is about. Because, like, the Kraken isn't a pirate of the Caribbean thing. The Kraken is a sea legend. Like,
right.
Everyone knows what the fuck a Kraken is. It's a giant octopus that kills people.
Right.
Right? And where in the last movie, it was a sea nuke that Davy Jones pointed at his ship, and the ship was gone, even the Black Pearl.
Right.
Like, now there isn't. The point is, there isn't a spectacular death scene. This amazing thing, like, granted, terrifying, awful, but amazing thing in the Pirates world is dead, and the reason is because of Beckett.
Sure.
Davy Jones isn't a big bad anymore because of Beckett. Because, it sounds cheesy, but Beckett is taking, like, the fun.
But that would make Beckett more, like, if you had, like, okay, so, Star Wars reference, right? Episode 3, okay? Anakin is fighting Count Dooku, and he bests him at the top of the thing, whatever, like that, right? And, Emperor Palpatine turns to him, and what does he tell him to do? Do it, right?
Yeah.
Beckett, sitting on his boat, looking at Davy, being pissed off that he has to do this, killing the Kraken, increases Beckett's clout as a villain in a way that it doesn't when you just show the corpse on a beach.
I somewhat disagree with you, but I do agree it definitely would have raised the stakes and everything if you got to see Beckett being Beckett, and I will get back to that because it is important. For one of my favorite scenes for a lot of reasons. I mean, it's a 30-minute sequence I call my favorite scene. But like it goes back to Beckett of like he's just gonna sit back and watch shit happen, including the death of the Kraken.
Right.
But also it ties into what Barbossa and Jack are talking about, where it's like the world's not a bigger place. There's just more shit in it. Like
that's fair.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like it is unceremoniously finding the Kraken's corpse on an island, and like realizing what the world has become. And also, it's literally the minute they get back to the real world,
Right.
like this happened.
Yep.
You know what I mean? Is they find this and this conversation happens. Like, I think that's the point. I get what you're saying, but I think the scene is effective in how simple it is. Of like, this is the threat Beckett represents, everything that's kind of cool, and that Jack stands for, and these movies are good for. Literally the personal thing I like about these movies, like, he threatens to just erase that because he prefers a world where shipments are on time, and he does whatever the fuck he wants to get it.
Thanks, Queen.
He's emotionless. He's clinical.
Well, I think that, like, I get what you're saying, but I feel like it would just have landed Beckett's character a little bit stronger, and like okay, so if you go to see Dead Man's Chest, right, and you're watching it more as I'm turning my brain off and then just enjoying this spectacular amount of like, things that would never really happen in real life, but I just love to see it happen on the screen, whatever. Like, there's a part of you that by not being able to see that is also disappointed that like the thing that was the huge big threat, the thing that was such a it has like 3 scenes I think in the second movie, is just removed from the table, like in an intermission basically, right? Like,
I mean, yeah, but
again, showing the corpse kind of handles some of that stuff, right? But at the same time,
I think it has a great impact the way it is. Of just like, here's the worst possible thing from the last movie. It's just dead. Like, here's its body. You know what I mean? There wasn't a spectacular. I think that is part of the impact. And furthermore, like, I'm trying to argue these movies are good, and there's already a lot of brain turn offy stuff available.
Sure. But, like, I'm just saying, if you made it so, like, Beckett actually gave the order and you actually saw it, I think it increases the impact for Beckett as a villain. And it still accomplishes what you're saying, where it's basically removing it from the table in a way that you're seeing the amount of... It adds more to how much control Beckett really has at this point, right? Again, that scene between Jack and Barbosa kind of accomplishes that, right? But, like, I don't know if it's as strong of a signal as if you actually show that death. And then, the other thing what was I going to say? There was one more thing I wanted to say about that, but I don't remember what it was. I guess it doesn't matter.
More dissing a great scene.
Yeah, that's fine.
But,
and we could disagree to disagree. It's all right.
Yeah. Then also, I didn't notice this for, like, literally ever, but, like, in the start in Singapore, Sao Fang is like talking about, like, hey, you're fucking me over here, them trying to get the charts and get a ship and all that kind of stuff.
Yep.
And he says the only way anyone can make a profit anymore is by betraying other pirates. And then he does that.
Right.
He comes back into the scene. He literally does that.
Like twice in the movie.
Only for, and again, I think it's effective like this, only for the East India Trading Company to be worse.
Right.
Sao Fang is a massive crime lord from Singapore, and somehow Beckett and Mercer, because Mercer is like the muscle here.
That's the okay.
Yeah, manages to be worse. Also, there's a great little fight scene between Barbosa and Mercer, where Mercer just jumps off the fucking ship.
Yes, that's great. That was a good part. I like that.
And also, it's just great because, like, again, that's something I like in these movies, which, like, the 5th movie is a pale imitation of, where it's like, here's some characters you recognize. They're not all major, but, like, then you get moments like that, where it's like, here's one of our biggest protags versus a minor villain.
Right.
You might have thought of that to begin with.
Yeah, I mean, generally they do okay with that. The 3rd movie, they get a little... But we'll get to
They get a wild. I'll give you that. So, I mean, the 3rd movie is just everyone trying to fuck each other over.
Yeah, basically.
But I have done a great job at not talking about the 12-volume kid series I read as a kid about Pirates of the Caribbean, or the prequel novel, or any of my extended knowledge, but I would like to talk to you about something that isn't in the movie for this next part. Maybe you know it, I don't know if you do. Do you, Sar? The scene with Beckett and Jack?
No, I don't.
Okay. So, this is, like, parts of it are still there, but the deleted scene is, like, half of what's remaining. And well, no, like what I'm saying is half of the deleted scene is still present, and the other half got chopped. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yep.
So the scene starts. Jack comes into Beckett's office because they immediately got captured upon re-entering the physical world. Why can I not find any of the fucking skeletons here? Aren't we on Kursala? But Beckett talks about how the last time he saw the pearl, it was burning and headed for the bottom of the ocean, which is the first time it sank. And Jack made his deal with Davy Jones, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then you find out why Jack is considered a pirate in literally one of the best. I'm being sincere here. Probably the best cut line in any movie ever, where what was I thinking of? Beckett mentions about losing cargo, and then Jack looks at his brand on his wrist and says people aren't cargo. Because Jack's crime was setting a bunch of slaves free when Beckett had tasked him for taking them across the Atlantic to America. And he decided to set them free instead, and that lost him almost his life, the pearl, and everything. And that's why he's considered a pirate. And it's why he's not super violent like Barbossa, because he's not trying to be a pirate. He just was forced into this life by Beckett when he tried to do something good. That's not in the movie, but it's so good I can't ignore it. We do have a pretty good scene of them, like, just talking and everything. And there's this clear clinical tone Beckett has, and Jack is just trying to save himself. And then I'm trying to think.
Yeah, it seems okay.
Yeah. Well, that's what I'm saying. I like that scene. It could have been a million times better because of the deleted shit.
Cahill, stay on the boat.
Okay.
I'm just a little worried about that galleon. That's all I'm saying.
No, you're good.
I'm just trying to do if I can find these guys on this island.
Yeah.
I'm assuming that you're not wrong, and this is one of the ones we need, right?
You're good.
So, yeah.
So at this point in the movie, like, this is when they fucking start laying it on thick. Like, Barbossa has his own magical nuke he's trying to set off, which is Calypso, which is apparently the goddess of the sea that the Brethren put in prison. And that's what Beckett is trying to get more information on, because he's like, that could maybe be a problem. And there's another scene in Singapore where South Fang gets weird with Elizabeth, and then
It's on their boat. Yeah.
what?
It's on the boat, and it's all because he thinks that Elizabeth is Calypso.
Well, I was talking about in Singapore when, like, Elizabeth speaks up and South Fang all of a sudden is very interested. That's what I mean.
I don't know
yeah.
that scene. Okay.
Yeah, no, it's at the start because, like, you want to know why you don't remember it? Because it's after the part where they're looking through the boards of Elizabeth's dress.
Yeah,
Wait,
probably.
whatever. So that's fair. That's a huge. Why the fuck is that not on the movie? That's a huge piece of content. I'm gonna blame Disney because I imagine they didn't want that to be that serious in the movie. But to get out of the situation, South Fang is like, you know what? You want my allegiance? Okay, I'm gonna take Elizabeth with me because I think she's Calypso.
Welcome back.
And that then they all escape. South Fang is like, like me, because thinks she's Calypso. They gets killed by the Dutchman, and I think for the first time, well, no, because they did reunite in the second movie. But Elizabeth and James get reunited, and like there's a lot going on in this scene, like in a lot of different ways. But would you mind if I talked about like a specific thing that we also kind of skipped over?
Yeah, go ahead.
So at this point in the movie, on the way back from the land of the dead, Elizabeth, like, they saw Elizabeth's father among the souls of people lost at sea, which is apparently the consequence of Davy Jones fucking around and not doing his job.
Yeah, and there's kind of like two layers there, right? So, like, in the second movie, you get to see Davy Jones is, like, cursed and sea people and whatever because he has not been really ferrying them across like he's really supposed to and kind of doing his own thing. But now that he's, like, Beckett's tool, like, things are, like, the absolute worst they can be. Like, no souls are, like, making it over properly anymore.
It's something like it's bad, but in like I'm covering that now because I mean, first off, Elizabeth confronts Norrington with this, like, that truth, right?
Right.
That her dad is. And that, like, you can already kind of tell, he's only been, like, 1.5 scenes before this, but you can already kind of tell Norrington is not as jazzed about being in the army as...
Oh, we skipped over one thing, too. One of the things that Beckett does is he gives Norrington his sword back that Will made him in the first movie. That's important for later.
Kind of. I was actually really stumped. Like, I didn't get it, but maybe you have.
I have, yeah, I'll tell you exactly why that's important. We'll get there.
Okay. But, like, you could already tell, like, Norrington's not super into what's happening on multiple levels. Maybe because he thinks Elizabeth is gonna die. But, like, this is the real confrontation of, like, hey, I know you're lawful good and everything, but the way things are shaking out, you're on the wrong side. I mean, Elizabeth literally says that. It's like, you are on the wrong side. This is wrong, and you know it.
Yeah, he tries to, like, offer her his cabin rather than being with her crew or whatever, right? And also, it's a good scene for her to show, like, how much of a pirate she is now. She's like, no, I'm going to stay with my men.
Well,
That's number one. And then number two, it's kind of like, no, this is your little half-assed attempt at being, like, the good guy here. Norrington isn't going to work out, so.
Yeah, which plays into, like, the overarching...
Also, I love how she calls him James every time in that scene. It's so good.
Yeah. But I was going to talk about something else, so we can come back to it. Because what I'm going to say is, at the end of the scene, Norrington helps Elizabeth and her crew escape, and he gets killed for it, right?
By Bootstrap.
What? Sorry.
He gets killed by Bootstrap.
I do want to come back to that. But, I think what's important here is because, like I said, in the first movie and kind of the second one, like, Elizabeth still had, like, ties, you know, to, like, the law-abiding woman, right? Like, there were people left for her there. Even if Will was a pirate and she loved Will more than anything, like her father. And I guess Norrington, I don't know her status on Norrington, like, in general. They seem to be chill up until the point of father. But, like, you know, she still has ties to that world, and when Norrington is dead, all bets are off. And spoiler alert, in the next scene, she becomes the head of the Brethren Court. Like, and that's what Elizabeth Swann might be my favorite character in these movies. Because she goes from, like, a damsel in distress little girl who kind of likes pirates to top shit pirate lord. And yeah, it's just great.
No, I agree. I think she is really, her arc is quite good.
I would argue it's one of the best things in these movies.
And then I think Norrington's is quite well as well, because again, just making that decision or whatever, and then the little scene where Elizabeth is like, come on, you need to come with us or whatever like that, and he's like, I'm right behind you, and she's like, you're fucking lying. And like, there's no denial. He just turns to fight Bootstrap, and that's it. You know.
And then, like, to Norrington's, like, again, Norrington is not a bad guy. He has been the antagonist, and I can see why you like him for that. Like, he's not a bad guy. He just happens to be in the way most of the time.
Right.
Because of, like, his perceived version of right.
Right.
And, like, to his immaculate credit, Davy Jones comes up to him and does his stupid little line, and James just stabs him through the heart.
Right.
It doesn't do anything, but it's great.
Right.
So,
I'll take that as a no. Whatever. I can't do it, Davey.
No one can do that voice. Bill Nye. Also, I saw that part of the deleted scenes I watched for At World's End because, again, remarkably, for as much chaff is on these movies, they still managed to cut stuff out.
Mm-hmm.
But like I saw, like just him on set without like CGI and stuff.
Yep.
He still just does an amazing job.
Oh yeah,
it's great. As he knocked it out of the park. So, like, it's so weird because we've been comparing it to Darth Vader, right?
Mm.
And Darth Vader wasn't one person playing it. It was like a team of people that came together to make the character.
Right.
Whereas Davy Jones is almost the opposite, minus the CGI, where it's just all Bill Nye just killing the role, destroying it. So
it's very good.
What was I thinking of?
But yes, Norrington stabs Davy with his sword, and then Davy says, "This is quite the fine sword," and then takes it.
Do you want to expand on that, or would you want to wait?
No, we gotta wait. That's the next part. The sword comes into play is really late. So.
Okay.
Well, are we being shot at?
Oh, what the? Excuse me? Oh, it's a skeleton. I'll just move it. Well, I do want to go back because, like, we just talked about, like, Norrington and Elizabeth, you know, in respect to that scene, but what we missed is Elizabeth being in the brig with Bootstrap, where I guess he's just been there for a couple of years because that's where we left him in the second movie, is him getting sent to the brig.
Yeah, and his like curse now is like it's
Worse.
developing much faster now that he's like giving his soul forever to the ship.
And maybe, I don't know if this is intentional. I definitely didn't think about it as a kid, but like, and I know this is. I'm sorry. I'm a film student, but like maybe he's supposed to be like, maybe I don't know if the parallel to like Alzheimer's is like super purposeful, but like it's definitely kind of there. Like he is Will's older father losing his mind, and Will is trying to take care of things for him.
Right.
From the outside.
Yeah.
But I also think, like, yes, Will and Elizabeth having talking, it's kind of forced tension, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
But what is good about this is, like, after this scene where Elizabeth meets Bootstrap and she sees how bad things are, and then realizes Will knows how bad things are, like, the next time she talks, she's like, oh, I get it. I get what you've been doing now, and, I'm sorry about that.
I mean, I guess, but also you could have probably conveyed this with maybe some fucking work.
Yeah, you're not
I
wrong.
know, Will's dumb, blah, blah, blah.
No. I'm saying you're not wrong. You're right. Like, it could have been done better, but I think it's okay.
I mean, a lot of the plot doesn't happen if they just talk, right? I get that. But at the same time, like, then maybe you need to work your plot out a little bit better. So it doesn't need
one
this.
plot point doesn't happen, which is Will doesn't turn on the pearl, kind of.
Right.
And they don't get a little kerfuffle with Beckett.
Right. And he doesn't promise to help the East India Company or whatever when he does or whatever. Yeah.
Oh yeah, and then we get Will, because Will, after like that scene and everything, Will breaks out of the breaks out of the Pearl's brig where he was put for fucking backstabbing everyone, which Jack already thought ahead of. He was like, no, I saw where this is going. I like how this worked out for me.
Right.
And he basically sends Will to Beckett, being like, okay, because Beckett and Jack have a quote unquote deal. I'm like, if Jack does some stuff, Beckett will leave him alone and make it so that Jones doesn't kill him. And then we get a scene, and I think it's great because you're not wrong. Davy Jones isn't hot shit anymore in this movie, but I kind of love how it's done. Where he walks on to Beckett's regular ass ship, and neither Beckett or Will really care about him. They don't care he's there.
Right.
That he is nothing to them because Will knows Beckett won't let him, kill him, and Beckett is in complete control of the situation. And we also get the full scope of Davy Jones' backstory with Calypso and everything, where Barbossa's ultimate nuke was the person Davy Jones was in love with, which both explain how he got his position and just develop some backstory more. And again, great acting from Bill Nighy because Jones fucking steals the scene, and also it definitely comes into parallels with those things of Will and Elizabeth.
Right.
Like just failed love. I mean there's a lot in this movie. And Sargota's not wrong. It's not all done well. But that has been a thorough line of just hey, Davy Jones has been down this kind of love path before, and that worked out fucking horribly for him. Will has that conversation with Jack, and now they're trying to figure it out as the plot progresses.
How are there no skeletons in this island?
No,
Is it one of the side islands maybe?
I don't know.
Is it over this little beach here maybe?
Check underground.
I've checked underground a lot.
We could go to Snake Island next to this, and is our next thing. But yeah. So that we get the brother in court scene, and just shout out for again weirdly historically accurate shit with the pirate references in here, real world pirate references and everything. Mr. being a reference to an actual pirate queen from China.
Yeah.
Which is great. Barbossa makes... This is something I enjoyed. Barbossa makes a speech, but and this is important. Like, I don't think it's actually, like, it's not genuine. He's trying to get people on his side, so he's making, like, spectacle and everything. But I don't think he's super mean what he's saying, if that makes sense.
I don't.
Because
But
okay. Well, because what I'm saying is he makes a speech about how, and this is also important because I didn't really catch this, watching it before, but like the video analysis I made was talking about how like Calypso was in prison because she made the seas a more chaotic place,
right,
but that made it easy for Beckett to take over. Like there was a power gap, he got to step in.
right,
And Barbosa makes a speech about how like it was better when we got to run the seeds based off our own power and not worrying about all this magic shit.
right.
And the reason I'm saying Apollo is because he's still trying to use magic shit to win.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, but I mean, his intent there is just to release Calypso to win the thing. Like, I don't think he's holding it over their eyes what his intent is there, right?
Yeah, exactly. Because again, weirdly, again as a mirror to like Davy Jones, Barbosa used to be much more hot shit, and like right now he's kind of having to go do a million things at once just to keep his intentions together. What with handling
Right.
every crazy person around him. And then Elizabeth comes in, and then Jack makes her pirate queen because yay. Honestly, that's great because like it fits Jack's character well. He wouldn't want the responsibility of being pirate king or whatever that entails. He doesn't want to deal with that, but he knows Elizabeth will do exactly what he needs her to do.
Right.
What he wants.
Just attack,
So,
yeah. I think that the Brethren Court scene is pretty well done for the most part. Again, they do a decent job of like the couple of the better jokes in that scene. The one where I don't have any other way to say the one lord who's wearing a turban, basically, right? When he's got his other associates like speaking for him, and then he does his right at the very end he speaks or whatever. I thought that was fine. And then the one that pisses me off is the dog from the fucking trilogy. Like, why do you got to bring the key dog back to open the book or whatever, right? Like, that's just nonsensical, and also just like the last time you see it is running away from the natives, and the implication is that the natives are going to eat the dog or whatever, right? And then like that all in of itself is kind of whatever, and then they take it one step further by making like the fourth reference to tying sea turtles to themselves to get out of a bad situation.
as referential as it can get.
It's like, guys, like this was funny, but like you also did this in the last movie. Like, can we just like maybe slow this shit down a little bit, right? Like it kind of feels like a lot of people complain about like the Marvel movies and how they add too much like humor in like weird places sometimes, and I feel like World's End definitely subscribes to that like level of self-reference, basically, right?
Yeah.
I love that they brought in, I don't remember the artist's name, but the guy who Johnny Depp based his Jack Sparrow like walking stuff on or whatever. There's a rock star, and they got him to play Jack's dad, basically, right? Who's like the keeper of the code.
Oh, that's, I didn't know that.
Yeah, so like that I forget the musician's name. I'm blanking right now on it, but that's who that is. So when he comes in, like he's basically just like doing his own walk or whatever.
Doing himself, which is
Right,
amazing.
it's just so good. But I think like the shrunken head thing again kind of falls short. Like, I don't know,
Yeah.
it's just a little weird and
As
out of place.
As the 20th joke in that scene, which is supposed to be decently serious.
Right.
Give me 1 second. I just want to get a drink real quick.
Yeah, you're fine.
Literally a second. It's right over here.
All right, that's fine. There's only one thing we can do, chat.
Oh my lord, Sargoda.
What? Nothing happened?
Nothing. I literally came back as it did. My champ. I mean, like in the middle of that scene, though, we get like Davy Jones's thing, like his thing, because he confronts the woman he was left by and turned him into this and everything.
Yep.
And what I want to say is, I do think it's good because, like, they kind of establish like the stakes of it and everything. Like, Jones tries to drive it home, where, you know, he loved her, and because of that, he decided to take on a job to be with her and everything.
but could only do it occasionally.
Oh, we also kind of skipped over the fact that Tia Domo, is that right? Dalmo?
Oh, Tia Dalma is revealed to be dead. Well,
Close
no, because
yeah.
Barbosa reveals that in like a scene where they're just getting to Shipwreck Cove.
Right. They chain her up,
Yeah,
put her in the brig.
but
So it wasn't Elizabeth all along. It was a red herring all along.
I mean, we knew that because she established that with Xiao Fang before he kills her or whatever. Something was about to happen. He died.
No, he was about to do something else. But anyway.
Another thing, no. But I think they do a good job at like driving the stakes home in that scene, especially because of what's coming up and everything. Of like Davy Jones did what he was supposed to for 10 whole years, and when it came time for like the one thing he was living for or not living for, she didn't give him that back. And I think that's definitely that is like pretty good motivation when like some villains are just like, I lost a woman and that was it. I lost the person I love, and I'm kind of upset about it. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Yeah. So.
No, I agree. I think the only thing that's kind of weird there. I mean, like, again, they're not wrong. It's like, yeah, you waited 10 years and you did the thing or whatever like that, whatever, right? But like, no, it's still my nature. Like, this is what I am basically or whatever, right? And then like, they still get mad about that. I don't know. Just a weird.
Well, I think it's more playing into the fact of like, because I mean they did that in the second movie where it's like, because Tia Dalma was saying that it was both the sea and the woman, and you see a more explanation of that here.
Right.
And like, I think that is like, yeah, it's true. Like, maybe Joan should have expected that, but you know, love is blind. I think he was. Like, I don't think he was wrong for being like, it was one day. You couldn't give me, like, one day after 10 years, kind of
Right.
thing. And, like, yeah, he still kind of well, no, he says he still loves her. But that was a betrayal that cut with it. And again, I think it's done well.
I think it's fine. I don't have any major problems with it.
Yeah. And then we get...
To the part that I have all the major problems with.
Oh my goodness.
Literally
well,
the scene that ruins the movie for me.
Incorrect. The Maelstrom scene, like, when I said cinema was made for pirates, I am talking about the Maelstrom scene. The Maelstrom scene is, like, it's better than Beam in the Sky. I'll say that. It's better than Beam in the Sky, Avengers blow up. Like, I think, like, if you're gonna do an over-the-top climax to your trilogy, I think the Maelstrom scene is great. And I did go, like, I rewatched these movies thinking about what you said, because you were talking about how the Maelstrom scene doesn't do much for any of the characters or whatever. Like, it doesn't need to be the way it is because it doesn't necessarily drive things forward. And, like, I totally disagree, because the way I interpret it is, like, it is this big conflict. It is what everything's been building up to.
Yes, it's a big conflict that was, in my previous viewings, I never realized is literally a battle between two boats.
I mean, yeah, but you were literally, okay, but, sorry, no, because I'm sorry, I'm not hesitating because I think I'm wrong. I'm hesitating because you're going to get mad at what I'm about to say, which is, yeah, but the Black Pearl and the Interceptor is just like a more boring version of that. They're not swirling around.
But that's
in a
good.
whirlpool.
It's a good scene. So why is the one with the giant whirlpool so boring?
It's not.
It is.
It's wicked
so
not.
boring. It is the worst.
It's
hope it's supposed to be real.
super not.
No,
Okay,
it's supposed to be
first
real,
off,
so good.
I watched Elizabeth's speech like 3 times.
Speech is good. It's a good Braveheart speech. I agree. It's fine.
But, okay, and it's good.
And the little Concord meeting they have on the little sandbar is fine, where they're like, okay, we'll take Will and you get Jack. Like, that's fine.
Well, that's what I'm saying, because what I think makes it work as a climactic scene, like genuinely a climax. First off, you were talking about like Pearl versus Dutchman in the second movie, that
Yep.
doesn't really happen. Like, Jack doesn't want to, like, risk the pearl fighting the Dutchman, so he turns it around and tries to run, right?
Right.
But this is the moment where it's like, we have two major ships in this series. There are two really big ships that everyone knows and are important, and now they're going to fight each other until one of them is dead.
Right. Okay. So here's the things. I just take a step back before we really get into like the nuts and bolts of that, because you have yes, Elizabeth has made the Pirate Queen, right? And they have the little accord on the sandbar. I think that scene's fine and everything. I like that Davy's staying in a bucket. It's funny.
Yeah.
Why are the other 6 pirate lords okay with like them bringing their entire fleet to bear, but not have any representation on the sandbar? Like, it's only our principal cast members. Like, I get it, but at the same time, it's like this is still kind of a weird thing. Like, in world-wise, like, why would they all just be like, whatever, right? And then the thing that I didn't realize until I was watching this one, right? So you have that little conversation. So obviously you can get Jack on the Dutchman, so he can do all the stuff he needs to do over there to continue to pursue his goal, which at this point is still to get the heart, strike the heart, and become the captain of the Dutchman, so he can be immortal because death, fear, blah blah blah.
I do think it's important to highlight where, like, yeah, that is a major theme, because again, it is playing in. It's Jack's ultimate bid for freedom, and it's like, I have died before, didn't really like it, so now I need to find a way to be free of that. But he's also having a kind of crisis about it because being captain of the Dutchman is kind of its own prison. So,
Kind of. I don't think it ever comes across that he's got whatever. There's a moment where Will confronts him and is like, you realize you have to like do the job of the Dutchman if you're the captain of the Dutchman. Well, and Jack kind of looks at him and is like, yeah, maybe.
He also has his little angel and devil shoulder moment where he's still hallucinating in the afterlife and all that shit.
Maybe.
And they really do say it when he's on the Dutchman, where he continues to hallucinate about the...
Right, when he's in the brig, he's got the 3 different versions of himself, and he's talking to all 3 of them, and he's still debating whether or not it's the right thing to do or whatever at that point. Exactly. But overall, he's still moving towards that being the right move for him. I just think, he would have done it had things not gone the way they had gone, but in turn, it would have been the same situation as like Davy Jones. It wouldn't have got done.
Because you're talking about more.
Yeah. Well, and the thing I want to make clear here is the fact that, like, I totally forgot about, like, when we talked about this the first time. I mean, I rewatched these movies, I don't know, maybe 2 years ago or something like that, whatever. When they, like, at some point on Disney Plus, I'm just like, why not? There's, like, worse ways I can spend 9 hours of my life than watching these 3 movies. Whatever, right? My kids and whatever, right? I was like, yeah, let's do it. So I rewatched these recently-ish, but even that most recent rewatching, I forgot that whole Maelstrom scene is literally 2 boats fighting. And, like, to me, that takes a lot, even more of the, like, dramatic tension and stuff out of that fight, because I remembered it being the 2 fleets going at it, right? And having
the big... I will say... Oh, go on.
Go ahead.
Because I was just going to say, again, bring up my niche knowledge, there was concept out of that, of, like, the Maelstrom in the middle and then all the fleets, like, going at it at once, like, around them.
Yeah.
And, like, I get the desire for that, but also at the same time, I think the scene already has a lot going on.
That's too much going on. That's my problem with it.
But I think it's fine. I think they do a good job at it.
No.
I think it's great.
No.
Like, I don't think it needs more. I think it's perfect the way it is.
No, that's what I'm saying. That's why I think you should get rid of the giant vortex. I think you do that and you fix a lot of the problems I have with it. Because, like, it just doesn't add anything to have the giant vortex really either, other than that one scene where, and again, it doesn't, like, give Barbossa more character or anything like that, whatever, where he's like, let's go deeper in, Will. We need to push our, whatever. That's, like, it. But that's exactly what Barbossa would do in that situation, right? Like,
deck monkeys. Dying today worth living for.
Right. I mean, all of Barbossa's lines.
Oh, you already know that.
Okay, there.
No, but here's the thing, that line is perfect, and most movies aren't as good as that one part. I'm being serious.
Yeah, okay. So my issue here is mostly the fact that, like, you have a really big bad storm or whatever like that, and, like, maybe even you make the, like, Calypso floating above them and cackling like a fucking whatever above it. I don't know. But, like, you don't need the Maelstrom because the giant vortex muddies everything up and it's all just CG whatever, and it just makes it hard to follow, like, what each ship's positioning and stuff, whatever. Up until the point that they get stuck with each other. At that point, I think it's pretty clear, like, what's happening, right? But until then, like it's really just a massive CG, in my opinion.
Well, actually, that is. I don't mean to be rude, but that is factually incorrect because I've seen the behind the scenes, and they had like both the decks of both ships because they had those obviously. But they had the decks of both ships built out, and the background of like the water and everything obviously was CG, but the rest of it was practical, like on the ship and fight. And like I was also thinking about this because yeah, they're fighting some fish people, but there's also like a good amount of just regular guys they're fighting against.
Right.
Like, you know what I mean? So you're not wrong. There is a lot of CG, but I think there's a good amount of practical, and also I've never had a problem keeping track of like what was happening because like I felt it was like they have a whole shot where you're with like the guys and everything, you know, the two pirate movers and that stuff.
Yep.
And like there are out of cannon and stuff, and you see through that like hole in the ship. I don't know what it's called. It's not a porthole. You see the cannon that like the Dutchman is on the other side of the massive whirlpool and everything. So I think it was like yes, the whirlpool doesn't necessarily need.
No, I just realized we skipped over something too that we need to go back to. Sorry.
That's fair. No, I'm more at fault at that than you are for to us. But like, I really just think it's a cool set piece. Like, yeah, they could have just had them both next to each other firing cannons.
No, I don't want them to just be next to each other fighting. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying like big stormy weather, but don't make it a giant vortex.
I feel like now I feel like it's bordering on it. Like that's basically.
And also, if you had like the rest of the fleet involved, or at least you go to the other amount of the fleet and see what's happening. See, that's the thing that like I find. Like, maybe you don't need to necessarily have all those other ships engaged and stuff, right? But like a giant vortex that size in the sea and stuff like that, whatever, is gonna have some pretty big effects in the area, right? And like you don't cut to like any of the other crews like dealing with the ramifications of this, right? And I kind of feel like you do need that.
Yeah, like.
Especially considering you have all the beauty shots of them lining up at the beginning of the thing, right? Like everybody's on their ship and everyone's like, "Yeah, look at us" or whatever, right?
Well, here's the thing, I do, because you're not wrong. That would be kind of cool to see, like, you know, the other people's reaction to it and shit. But I think I think it's supposed, and obviously if you don't like it, then it does nothing for you. But I think like it's just supposed to speak for itself. You're not supposed to see other people's reaction. You are reacting to it because again, it's these two main legendary ships, you know, that have been like the first movie was all about the Black Pearl, and the second one was hyping up Davy Jones and like, you know, the conflict between them, blah blah blah, and then this movie was this build up to this conflict. And I think the reason I like it being such a big...
the conflict doesn't matter to, like, almost anybody involved. I mean, and that's the other thing that kind of breaks my brain, too. It's like, why would Beckett allow the Flying Dutchman to go in and be, like, their representative in this, like, duel, basically, right? When he knows that the heart is on the ship. So, like, there is a chance he could lose here. Beckett never makes those kind of decisions before this, right?
Well, okay. There is something I want to highlight with that, but you had mentioned going back, and this is going forward.
Well, I wanted to say is that Will basically lets Calypso know, like, when Barbossa sneakily gets the last piece 8, there's a whole scene where he steals the rest of them that we didn't talk about, whatever, because Barbossa's a real pirate badass, whatever, right? And then when they release Calypso from their, like, humanoid bond or whatever, at the last second, Will has the one moment in the entire franchise where his two brain cells connect for a moment, and he's like, "Oh, hey, Calypso, just so you know, it was Davy Jones who told the pirates how to trap you in the first place. Have fun!"
Good luck. Well, here's the thing, because that is how I read the Maelstrom. It's like, and this is important for later, genuinely. It's like, it's not her choosing sides. She's just gonna mix things up a bit, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, she was released, and she decided, okay, well, I don't really care for either of these people, so let's just throw them in the bath and see what happens.
Which, I mean, is fine, I guess. It's not the worst, but, like, one thing that gets me there, it's not even, like, necessarily that this is this giant... It's more how difficult it makes the rest of this stuff to really understand, like, what is happening. Because there's a lot of stuff, right? Because through the rest of the Maelstrom fight, You have the marriage of Elizabeth and Will, right? You have all the shenanigans that Jack is getting up to on the Dutchman. You've got them still fighting each other constantly, right? Basically. What other? There's a ton of major stuff that happens because like each character, like the two doofuses from the British whatever, get a little arc where they sneak aboard the Pearl to survive, or like it's just there's so much stuff happening.
Yeah, I love it. I adore it.
The scene where Davy Jones kills the jerk guy from the whatever, which that was nice to
Okay,
finally see him
so-
get his stuff.
I did want to bring that up though because like, okay, I don't know when to bring like. I guess I have to kind of bring it up now, where it's like, because the point of releasing Calypso is that what is Beckett about? Beckett is about like planning, right?
Right.
He is about being on top of things and being in control and planning it ahead. He hasn't fought, like he's on a big warship, but they literally never use it. They don't use, they never fire on the Pearl or whatever, blah blah blah,
Right.
kind of stuff. Like, he just sits back and watches it happen, and whereas Barbossa thinks Calypso is just going to come down and smash Beckett in the face, like what she's actually doing is introducing chaos where there was chaos before.
Right.
You get what I'm saying?
Yeah. No, I agree.
So with that in mind, the Maelstrom happening and all that, like it allows Davy Jones to get back on top because that is his element, and plans start falling apart for Beckett. You know what I mean?
Sure. Yeah.
And also, and like, the line doesn't super sell it, but I do think it is worth highlighting, where Beckett is on his ship, literally having tea before he sends the Dutchman to fight the Pearl, which isn't wild because you saw the Dutchman in the movie, like, kill an entire armada by itself.
Right.
Which is why it's so powerful.
Yep.
But, like, he says we have a favorable wind, like, his little command or whoever.
Right.
But like, what that like in the analysis I watched, and I agree with this, what it's saying is like the wind has changed, and Beckett doesn't care. Like he's not adjusting to the situation; he's just going forward.
Yeah, makes sense. Thank you, Shamage, for those 25 cents. Really appreciate it.
Also, thank you, Mr. Pig, for raiding.
Oh my
We
god.
Again. But yeah.
But I feel like it's like then there's the scene where Jack and fucking Davy are fighting in the rafters, and it's just this.
That's the best.
No.
And also, you got the fucking Gregorian chant as they actually start fighting.
That's cool. Yeah.
Also, wait. Also, because this is important, right? Oh my. Well, excuse me. Pig just subscribed and said, because this is important. Like, as much as Jones doesn't like Jack, we can establish that. Jack doesn't want to deal with Jones.
Nobody likes Jack, except for the main characters for some reason.
Yeah, well, because he helped them not, he helped Elizabeth not die a while ago. And also, oh my goodness, Shadow Major 25 deaths. Thank you. But, like, regardless, Jack is still about freedom, and Jones is the ultimate prisoner. He was in Dead Man's chest, whether you realize it or not, you, the audience, being forced to monster and everything. And he is double that now with both his regular-ass horrible life and Beckett always over him, right?
Right.
And even though Jack could reasonably just be like, hey, I'll just kill you now because I have the heart and that'll work out, he says, like, I could set you free. And Jones is like, no, I've lost that chance in life a long time ago. That's fine.
Right.
And it goes back to Jack just, like, not being a violent person. Like, yeah, Wicket doesn't want to have to deal with Jones anymore, but he's also willing to, like, give him be like, hey, I understand you don't want this, so we cut a deal, blah, 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 that kind of stuff. But, like, and this is why I like the Maelstrom, because we are at the point of no return. There's no more talking. Jack doesn't get to make more deals. There's no more subterfuge. We're just going to fight it out now, and whoever comes out on top, gets to live. So,
I mean, I guess that's the only thing it really does. But again, like, it's just weird to have the two armadas and then they actually literally basically do nothing, which I
will give you that. But I also think you're talking about chaos, and, like, yes, it doesn't necessarily have to be chaos, but adding two more armadas wouldn't help.
I mean, it would help if you didn't have two ship's already going down a toilet basically the whole time, right?
Yeah, basically.
Because, like, if you took that element out and you made it just like a really stormy night or whatever, right? Then you could have a lot of good scenes where you still show, like, what side's doing to the other side or the actions that's happening and interesting things without getting lost in it. Because, again, like I said, I've watched this movie at least 3 times, and every time it just feels, it's like, it's very, very hard to follow what each ship is doing and, like, kind of what their tactics are up until they get stuck with each other. And then also, like, the scene, obviously, where Barbossa's like, we're going into the breach or whatever, right? But beyond those 2 parts, everything else in between is a big muddy mess,
So, here's the thing. I think it's the opposite, and I've never had a hard time following what's happening in the scene, and I'm sorry that I have that bias.
No, you're fine. I don't think it's a bias.
I think, like, the reason it's a maelstrom is because it accomplishes that stormy night effect you want, but it's also not like the ship's just either A, being anchored the entire time in the middle of the storm or whatever, and B, it's not them just, like, sailing outward into wherever. They don't have to worry about their position in relation to the island or armada. They will stay in the same place in a whirlpool. So you get that stormy effect and blah blah blah, and it makes it a cinematic. Let's see. So yeah, I mean, I think we like. I love this scene. I want to stress, like, I think this is one of. I think this is this is genuine, and maybe like not. This isn't Darth Vader. I am genuinely saying this. I think this is a better cinematic climax than Endgame, and I mean that. I love it.
No, I'm sorry. I don't agree with you there.
And that's fair.
You're allowed to have your opinion, but
I mean,
on your left is a real good line. I'm just saying.
No, it doesn't have a. I don't know. There's a lot. You have to admit that there's a lot of just like weird, just like random shit happening in the end game.
Here, I've complained about a lot of things. All right, you want me to say one nice thing?
Okay, yeah.
Okay, I like the wedding.
Yeah. Well, okay. So this is important because I think that wedding's it. Like, that is like a suspension of disbelief. Like, okay, let's get married.
Yeah.
But
it's believable.
Yeah.
Because Barbossa's so good.
Because Barbossa's the best. But I think it's important to it's important because it's like it's literally just tying up the story. It's like this is like I mean it's the point of the maelstrom. It's like everything has led up to this. Like all the talking and non-fighting and little fighting has led up to this point where we all just have to go at it, and one of us is going to come out on top. And like and it's why the Kraken isn't around anymore, because it's not like a fucking sea nuke that's gonna drag the Pearl down. Like there is no choice now but to put these 2 ships that have been built up over 2.5 movies, like to headbutt them against each other and see who wins. Because even though the Black Pearl is, by all accounts, like a more ordinary ship, it shares a legendary status in the world that's been crafted and everything. And the Dutchman is equal to that.
Yeah, and it's a real shame you don't get to see it actually do any sort of ship combat stuff. It just goes into a whirlpool and gets tied up against the other one. And
15-minute build up to them like loading cannons.
Yeah.
And fucking saying sea terminology.
And when they fire the cannons into each other, does it feel like it's effective or anything really happens?
Yes.
Nope.
Do you not see like the wood splintering and people dying? Like,
oh, yep. Mm-hmm.
The Black Pearl.
Oh, yeah. I'm so happy that random extra number 26, the eel guy, got his head chopped off. Oh no!
You can't say that because Will dies, and we're not getting to that because we're arguing about the maelstrom. You can't be like no one of importance dies.
But
Will
nobody of importance dies during the ship blasting of cannons and whatever, right?
But how unsatisfying would it be? It's like, okay, that character, they just died to a cannonball. Well, also Mercer dies because of a cannonball. Like, he doesn't get the shit blown out of him, but he dies because of a cannon impact.
Kind of, but also, like, there's that scene where it looks like Davey might help him and then he doesn't. That's good.
Yes, and that's great. Like, that's what I love. Is like, Davy Jones has been getting bitch slapped this entire movie, and now he gets to be the villain again. Look,
I love Cotton. I think Cotton's a great character, alright? But if Cotton had got blown up or whatever, it would have at least led a little more like weight to everything that's happening. You know what I'm saying?
That's fair. Like if you just saw one of like the actual like, but like yes, that. But also there is a scene where like Elizabeth, and also I should mention a thing I found while researching stuff. But there's literally a scene where like before Elizabeth goes to help Will, she like turns back in the Gibbs and like all the other random extras like are just like go and like as they're trying to keep the ship afloat. But also, I found a thing about how like a lot of ship combat wasn't decided by sinking a ship in those days because they were made of wood and like their pumps could keep them afloat for hours or days on end.
Right.
It was decided by who had enough crew left, you know, to make the ship run because you needed that.
Right.
So that's why like halfway through blasting the shit out of each other with cannons, you're right, nothing comes of that. What was I thinking of? They board each other and then like great sword fights happen. You get Barbossa, and I know you love Barbossa, but I have to highlight it. He chops the neck off of a menacing Davy Jones extra eel man by using the eel man sword in his own as a giant pair of scissors. And
it's great.
And cinema has been around for a century before this film, and the next century won't produce anything as good as it. And I'm sorry, I'm right.
Look, that stuff I like, but you don't need to have that stuff in a Maelstrom. That could have just been in Stormy Waters.
But the Maelstrom makes it cooler because it's
How?
a Maelstrom.
No, because the Maelstrom, like, again, like there's magical elements or whatever for the rest of these movies. But my argument basically is this: they continually try to one up the previous movie with its like set pieces and stunts and whatever else have you and things like that, whatever. And that is a huge disservice to the series as a whole, in my opinion. That's really fundamentally where it comes down, in my opinion, right? Like, again, the windmill scene in the previous movie, right, is fine. TM, okay? But like everything like that in this movie is to the point where any like suspension of disbelief you can basically give yourself, it like you've lost the ability to even do that anymore, right? Basically. And there's something to be said for just a big ol' CG cluster, whatever, right? But like,
I don't think it's that bad.
I mean, it can be.
Avengers Endgame is that like there. Like, you look at the extras in this movie, and, like, yes, there's a lot of blue screen, and there's fucking, of course, the Davy Jones crew is all CGI, right?
Right.
But, like, you look at fucking Avengers Endgame and shit, and I'm not shitting on that movie. I like the MCU, genuinely.
Okay,
but, like,
so you were saying before that all the stuff on deck, the deck itself was practical, and they add in the CG stuff in the back, right?
And the rain.
But that's not the stuff that bothered me. It was all the cannon to cannon. It was all the ship to ship, the impacts, the locking up in the whatever. That's the stuff that they did in CG. That bugs me.
There's an ending scene that's even better than that has that for real. So we need to get to that. What was I thinking? Okay, let me ask you this. If somehow, and it's literally impossible because it's the setting of the thing, if you ignore the Maelstrom, do you like this scene, yes or no?
I don't like the part with Jack up on the rafters against Davy Jones. I think that's super lame, and it adds. It's my complaint about the boat, the windmill stuff, basically, right? Like it doesn't add anything, and it just kind of like whatever, right? I like the marriage scene. I'm generally okay with the stuff with Jack. I like the one thing that we haven't gotten to yet that we'll talk about, I'm sure, shortly. I'm trying to think what else happens. It feels like there's a couple of things more that go on that. The boarding scene, like, it's one of those kind of lame. Both ships decide to board at the same time, right? And so both ships have their boarders swing over at the same time, right? Yeah. And like, if you're gonna do that, you need to have a couple of them hit in the middle and fall, right? I think you get one guy that falls in the maelstrom. Yeah. That part, and it's like. So, like, generally speaking, yeah. Because, like, I think this is, like, one of the worst movies, like, of all time, right? And, like, I think it's an okay movie, right? I think that as a conclusion to the tale they were trying to tell in this series as a whole, it's fine. But I appreciate it more when it's a more self-contained story, right? I like the first movie a lot because it has a beginning, middle, end that, like, wraps everything up. And this movie just has to end all the plots they started in the second movie, without
I didn't realize that was you. You look like a skeleton. I'm so sorry.
some of the details of the second movie not really lining up to this movie, if that makes sense, right? Kind of a weird position it is in, which is exactly what the third Matrix movie was in, right?
I'm glad you said beforehand that this is better than the third Matrix movie. But I would like to say, like, as these being my favorite films of all time, like, if people are like, it's about as good as the Matrix, I'm perfectly happy with that. If I'm being completely
That's
I'm like,
fine.
you know what? That's more than I thought I'd get. Yeah, good. Works for me. But yeah, I mean, do you have more thoughts on Maelstrom or no?
That's the majority of the stuff with it, really.
I do say also I didn't mention my favorite shot because like I love it. Like they made a big deal about this in where they call like the set for the Black Pearl is called the Freedom set, and they refer to it as Ship of Freedom. And what I love is where you get like first you get the scene of the Dutchman going full hog, like rolling out from the Armada towards the pirates and everything, and then you get this great scene of the Pearl doing the same, but it's like this profile shot, and you see the angel figurehead that they like fully highlighted in the first movie. Like it gets down the line and rises back up, and I fucking adore that shot. And that's definitely pure CG, but that doesn't mean I like it every time. So.
Right, and I'm not this like I generally prefer stuff that's practical, or at least when they take like two practical things and combine them. You know what I mean? I forget the technical term.
I totally agree, but there is already a wicked amount of this movie that is practical, like these movies.
Oh yeah, but you can definitely feel as you go along that it became less and less, right? And like I firmly believe that if you took two toy boats and threw them into a toilet and flushed it, you could have got better shots of some of that stuff in the Maelstrom than what the Maelstrom. You know what I'm saying?
I do like, just because I adore like the space scenes and classic Star Wars, I do think it would have been interesting to see what they could have picked up with like a big budget and trying to do that practically with like miniatures and shit.
Right.
But I don't think it's bad the way it is.
I do.
But we're going to get to the end of it now because we've been talking about it forever, and honestly, we could just bang our heads against each other for
Yeah, that's absolutely true.
for eternity and get nowhere.
All right, so back on the deck of the Dutchman, right? You got eventually, for whatever reason, Will and Elizabeth jump over there, right?
Trying to, they're like the leader. Elizabeth's the pirate king. She's the leader of the fight. Might as well go over there. Will went over there for his dad, who doesn't fucking recognize him, which is tragic in its own right.
Yeah, that's true. Good point.
And then Jack is there because Elizabeth fucking traded him over.
Right.
And he did get the heart. Jones, and again, Jones being kind of back on top of this scene is taking all three of them, no problem, because he's immortal. So.
Yep. Although I gotta say the other thing, that when he like goes through the capstan or whatever like that with the that they used to summon the Kraken in the previous movie, another nice little touch there would have been to just show like I don't know the capstan broken or something like that, whatever, like in Jones's rage of like losing it, whatever like that, making a big slash on it with a sword or something. It would have just been a nice little visual touch.
Yeah, I agree. But as far as I understand it, capstans don't just serve one purpose. Because in the film where the Kraken is still alive, like they're using it to raise the cannon up. And
Yeah.
So like I think you can connect it to different things.
Sure.
Add a device.
Right. And I'm just saying that for that particular part, I feel like it would have been a nice little visual thing to like show.
That being said, in terms of gags during serious moments, Jack trying to juke him out, and then Jones just realizing he can walk
through it
is
very good. Yeah.
Is great.
Yeah.
But yeah, so Elizabeth came over, tried to still save Will. Jones didn't have fucking any of that, and now they're all together. And Jones realizes because Jones has met Will before, and he knows Will is in love, but he's never met or known who he's in love with until Elizabeth pops over.
Right.
And then he gets a pretty nice man.
He connects the dots. Yep.
Until Jack shows the fact that he has the heart out of the chest and is ready to stab it. And then Will, like, the ending... Okay, I can understand, the fucking whole thing is a big CG mess or whatever.
Yep.
This ending bit, like, fucking adore for so many reasons. So, Davy Jones, again, in a move to rival the fact that you just killed your main character in the last movie, he just kills Will. Like, he stabs him through the heart.
Yeah, and what does he
And-
stab him with?
A Norrington sword. Oh, is that the point you wanted to make?
That
I'd
is
love
the
to.
sword that Will made.
Oh! That's pretty good.
Will gets stabbed by his own steel.
He not only that, but it's like, it's the thing he would, like, that was him trying to fit into, like, you know, the law-abiding world.
Right.
Now it's literally,
He was so proud of that. You know, remember I will let my master know about the love of the craftsmanship of this sword from the first movie.
it's great.
It's
You're
great.
right, that is amazing.
Yep.
I've never even thought about that side.
Yep. You're welcome.
But also, like, here's the thing, right? Like, the reason these end scenes are great is, like, Jack, who has been, like, a persona and a character and constantly scheming for, like, literally the first time in all the films, besides the few times he's been afraid of, like, Davy Jones and shit, like, shows emotion as, like, he watches his friend die. And Elizabeth watched and everything. And, like, you can, like, he was already not stabbing the heart. Like, he was hesitating. And then, like, he watches this and he doesn't know what to do. And then this, which is amazing, brings Bootstrap back from the brink, who immediately attacks Davy Jones. Or if you're playing Kingdom Hearts 3, it's Sora, which is wild. Wild that that's the case.
Well, I can't believe you just spoiled Kingdom Hearts 3 for me.
I can't believe I've spoiled the most plot-relevant thing in Kingdom Hearts 3. What are you doing? Then Jack makes probably the biggest power play of the entire thing as Jones manages to bat off Bootstrap, and he has, I think it's like, is Will dead at this point, or is he like hanging on by a thread?
I think he might be hanging on by a thread. Elizabeth is holding his hand, screaming, "Will, hang on there," blah blah blah, etc.
Yeah. So, like, I mean, basically, Jack takes Will's lifeless body and he makes it stab the heart, which is both the most selfless and selfish thing he's ever done in the entire movie, which is great in many regards.
I think it's Elizabeth
Like,
and Jack both have him rip it. I think she's helping him.
Yeah. Well, that's what I'm saying is, like, Jack got everything he wanted, and also he did it, he didn't do it thinking this will work out for me. He did it because his friend was dying.
Right.
So, like, in one act, he has been the worst he's ever been and the best he's ever been.
Right.
And then he has to get Elizabeth away, and again, holy shit, acting. Okay, Sar, do you have anything to say about what I've said? Because this is going to continue into the finale, because holy fuck.
No, I mean, I think it's a good scene. Like, overall, and it's a good conclusion to everything that's happened and whatever. And it's again, it's the one time throughout I would argue all the movies where Jack does something where it would have it wasn't exactly what he wanted. Like, I think you were questioning, there was some doubt about it themselves, and you're right, they kind of hesitated to stab whatever, right, and things.
Like he wanted to, he could have just stabbed it and not bring Jones' attention to it. He was
Right.
trying to stop it.
Right, but I also think that, like, he was fully prepared to do it, and that's what he overall wanted to do. And so, like, the line, I think in the first movie or whatever, where they allude to him making, like, an honorable sacrifice or whatever like that, like, this is trying to pay that off, and I think it's fine. Was it the second one?
Because Elizabeth forces him to talk about doing the right thing.
Yeah.
This is-
Right.
But, yes, so that happened. The Dutchman goes down in the whirlpool. But, like, if you've been paying attention, you already know that doesn't fucking matter. The Dutchman is a pirate submarine.
Right.
So, why do you care about it going underwater? It'll be back in 5 seconds.
Right.
But Jack gets back on the Pearl, and
Oh, it's worth noting they have to break the mast of the Dutchman to get free of the interlocked ships pulling it down.
It's 100 yards. I mean, the Pearl, like, again, good practical. The Pearl is fucked up. Like, they could have just scattered some stuff, but you see, like, railings broken, one of the, I don't know what it's called, like, the lanterns are broken.
I found the skeletons. You're in this cave now.
Oh, you actually found, oh, the ones we were trying to have yet.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry. But yeah, so the Maelstrom is done.
Which is still weird to me.
What? That's done. That wrapped up. Like, yes. Again, I fully admit they haven't explained everything they could have or should have. But it was a magic hurricane to begin with, and it wrapped up magically when but with it done, Jack is back on the Pearl, and he's informed. Like, I remember seeing a thing. It's like, why didn't the Armada get involved? And it's like, I mean, they were about to, because he was like, hey, you're back. Great. We need to run. The rest of the Armada, including that giant warship over there, is coming to just kill us. Because, you know, we already fought one battle, and that was fucking hard. We come to many more. And Jack gives the command to, like, just leave the ship dead in the water. He's like, no, don't move the Pearl. And I love that I love that he is now the de facto captain of the Pearl. Like, Barbossa tries giving orders, and Jack is like, shut up! I'm doing it right now. I love that. And you get the scene of Beckett, like, you know, he's like, oh, he's expecting me to actually keep my promise. I'm going to kill him now. Like, you know, that scene of, like, really just hammering home. Beckett is a shitty person, and he's worse than most of the pirates who have some form of honor, one way or another. So you're getting ready for Beckett to board the Pearl with the giant man of war when the Flying Dutchman comes back up, and you realize Will is now in control. And what I imagine is happening is that he's reset the Dutchman back to 0. You know, he's the new captain, so the curse of fish people is gone, including his dad.
Right, because the curse was associated with the fact that Davy wasn't doing his job.
But now Will is in charge, so they're giving him a chance. And, you know, Jack, Barbossa, and Elizabeth see that he's on the Dutchman, and he's like, oh, okay, let's go fuck him up. And then, you know, this is so important. So, the Flying Dutchman and the Black Pearl are headed toward each other. Beckett is under the impression that the Flying Dutchman is about to go right back at the Pearl until they start turning and are ready to sandwich his Christian endeavor between them and totally destroy it. When he is asked what to do by his crew, Beckett says nothing. He is frozen. He has no idea what to do. And again, for the first time in the entire series, Jack gives the order to fire. And in one swift motion, Dutchman and the Pearl fire on the Endeavor and just start shredding it up on the inside. Beckett has no idea what to do, and the rest of his men decide to leave him to die because, again, he has no connection. No one cares about him. No one cares what happens to him. They're going to save their own skin. And he just walks down the stairs of his ship and dies. And that is probably one of the best deaths in all of cinema. One of the best villain defeats in all of cinema is seeing this master planner Beckett have everything crumble around him as he slowly accepts his own death. So yeah, I love it. And then the rest of the movie is kind of dedicated to wrapping it up. Jack kind of loses the Pearl again. Pirates 4 happens after that. But also, I think what's really important is, like, Will and Elizabeth prove, like, Jones wrong. Like, you know, Jones is all about rejecting his emotions, cutting out his heart. And 10 years, which is marked by the fact that they had a kid, which is wild because that means there was a sex scene in the Disney movie. 10 years go by, and Elizabeth is waiting for Will on the island he left her on. And I think that's great. So yeah, that's the third Pirate film. Any thoughts on the wrap-up?
And then 10 years later, Pirates 5 happens.
No, stop. Shut up. That makes me angry. Don't, like, hey, guys, if you think these films are bad, I have really bad news about the fifth one.
Yeah,
the fifth, like, I think at the worst, these films are, much like Jack, an asshole with a heart inside of him and feelings. 5 is a hollow corpse. 5 is nothing.
No, I think that's a good summary of the end of it. And I forget who I was talking to. I think it was maybe Red Mage was talking about the Beckett scene in particular. So I paid extra special care to pay close attention to that one when I was rewatching it. And I agree, it's a pretty cool shot the way they have it. So there's like as they're walking down the steps, the shots are literally blowing up the steps behind them, and all the shrapnel's flying through the air, basically, right? They get engulfed in the flames.
That's what makes him good. Like, you're right. He doesn't have like he isn't comically pirate. Oh, I found all the captains. He isn't comically piratey like Barbossa is, and he doesn't have the motivation to anything. But he is almost robotic in the way he handles everything with such little emotion, and that is what ends up literally killing him.
Yeah, I think he does. You had said he's kind of silent in that scene. He says something along the lines of, "It's just good business" or something, to really drive home that you have this multi-billion-dollar company making comments on capitalism again.
You want to? These movies came out like. Did World's End come out 2008?
I'm not sure.
Something like. Well, the point is, Disney made a movie that was saying, "Hey, monopolies are evil." Wouldn't this suck? And then a couple years later, they are becoming a monopoly.
I mean, they were a monopoly at that point too.
Yeah.
Not to the degree they are today.
Well, yeah, I was gonna like they were a fucking massive studio, but now they own 1 million entertainment franchises.
Yeah.
Off all of Hollywood.
Yeah.
So, anyway, I'm gonna be very proud of this thought. I'm just gonna say, I think we did pretty well today.
All right. So what's your crab value?
You know, I'm really tempted to give it 10 crabs out of 10, but I'm not gonna pretend it doesn't have issues. So I'm giving it a 9.
I give it a 7.
That's more generous than I thought.
Yeah, I think you had this perception that I like absolutely positively hate this movie and like this whatever, and really what it comes down to, I hate the maelstrom scene, and the rest of the movie is pretty okay. So. And also the Jack revival scene, I remember bothering me more the first time I watched it, or the second time I watched it. This time I had less problems with it. So
I think its biggest problem is like, I think there's a lot of like unnecessary. Like I have said this multiple times as we've talked about it. I think there is a lot of unnecessary stuff in Pirates, which, on a positive note, I think really adds to the adventure. Also, we should head to an outlet because I would like to call it with discussion over.
that's fine.
But with that, I like with positive. I think there's like weird random scenes and like water wheel, something like that helps make it feel like an adventure. But at the same time, they could have done a better job at making it like. Also here, singular.
And I just want to see more of that stuff with a little more character development. That's all, right? Anytime you can give character growth is a good thing. Character-driven story is the best. And like, Jack doesn't really develop as a character, right? He's just kind of there, and Barbossa's kind of just there. Really, it's Will, Elizabeth, and Norrington's development that you're watching throughout the movies more than anything. So.
But yeah, I mean, yeah, you're not wrong, but I think that is why I like.
But I mean, Pirates 4 has the joke about Barbossa's leg being filled with rum. So.
I think that's great. I think that's great as an epilogue because there didn't need to be another one. Like you can argue there didn't need to be a second and third one, but we're not talking about that. We're talking about the trilogy. But the fourth one definitely didn't need to exist. But as it is, I think it's a cool like epilogue to what happens after.
I mean, I like the fourth one.
Kind of leaves it on the same note where it's like this adventure can go on for literally ever.
I would give the fourth one a 9 probably out of Crabs. And I haven't seen it recently, but I remember loving just all the interactions between Barbossa and Jack throughout it. So.
That's fair, yeah. I think I'd give it like I want to say a 7, but that feels low, so I'd give it an 8.
And I'd give 5 a 2.
I'd give it a doesn't exist. I'd give it worse than fan made.
They made a movie.
Yeah. No. Hey, Saul, you're being very nice to them right now. And you don't need to do that.
Look, the one thing that really hurts my brain the most in that one is like yet another mystical powered being thing or whatever existing in the Caribbean has a personal beef with Jack for some reason, and this one for some reason was trapped someplace they couldn't get to Jack for 20 years just to make the timeline stuff work out properly, and it's like, this hurts my brains already.
it literally makes all the sins that Dead Man's Chest manages to avoid making when they did an unnecessary sequel.
Right.
So,
No, that's 100%.
which is why like karma caught up to them. They had too much good karma, and it collapsed into a black hole.
I remember liking the female lead in Pirates 5, but I think that was the only thing that was like okay. And that's why I give it a 2, because she was okay.
Negative 0. Like,
well, because she's like a sciencey girl in an era where women weren't supposed to do anything, or science was like not supposed to be a popular thing, or whatever like that. And so I like the I'm
because
the smartest
here's the
person
thing,
in the
like-
room, and I'm a woman. It's a good.
I do vaguely remember that, but like, that's what I don't want. Like, I don't want it like making like tongue-in-cheek jokes of just like, huh? They don't know about cell phones, you know, that kind of stuff.
Sure, yeah.
I want it to exist in the world it exists in.
No, that's. But I mean, like all the scientific things they go over, I think are relevant to that time period. It's just that she was.
I mean, I for sure remember them making at least one joke where they like laughed it off, and it's like, no, that's real. It's fine.
Do you? I don't remember. I know that the scene I'm thinking of is she's in an observatory, and the guy has it pointing to the wrong thing or something, and she fixed it for him, and he gets all chuffed about it. What do women know about astronomy?
But they did that better with Elizabeth.
Yeah.
He went from being like not great to fucking amazing.
But Elizabeth becomes a pirate. This person becomes a science person. I mean, that's different.
Yeah, that feels fake. It doesn't tie into the fucking movie. I don't give a shit about science.
That's true.
I know that for a fact.
My uncle was a pirate at Nintendo.
I mean, no, because like these. I mean, like because people dote all about like the romanticism of pirates, because there is a heart to it of like, you know, of pirates being a democracy and et cetera, that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
And these movies do kind of harp on that idea of like, hey, pirate culture was not all, you know, villainous and evil. Some of it was pretty great. Like, you know, not having to worry about working your life away for some random asshole in Britain. So yeah. Okay, well, sorry. Let's do this real quick. Not compared to the other movies, but as a thing on its own. Pirates of the Caribbean trilogy. How many crabs you giving it?
I'd probably give it like an 8.
8?
Yeah.
I'll give it a 9 because, like I said, I don't want to ignore its flaws, but to say I look over them to be being very generous to me.
Yeah, I mean the only thing that I ever like really rag on it is like the romanticization of it a little bit, right? They tend to lean pretty hard into.
Well,
like,
I think that. Yeah.
And like,
I do think that is,
as long as you look at it as like a fantasy fun world, blah 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 thing, and you don't like you look at like Lord of the Rings or any of those other things where like this is not a real thing. I think it's fine, right? Like my concern is like the people that like, don't understand that this isn't real, right? Or the people who have never done any research to what happened to Blackbeard's wife, for instance. Like those topics are things that like people should know about in history if you're gonna like opine about your thoughts on pirates. You know what I'm saying? So.
Well, at the very least, like because like Barbossa is supposed to be that.
Yeah.
In the first movie.
And you could totally see Barbossa doing that kind of stuff. So.
That's it. And then they do Blackbeard. So.
Right.
And he is the villain. So.
Right.
He's like a villain who doesn't give a shit about the daughter who loves him. So. That's pretty accurate. Pretty good.
Pretty accurate. But that's just my let's leave it there. And like when you compare it to like the Jungle Cruise movie, right?
Yeah.
The only thing
I was hoping the Jungle Cruise movie would be good. I was proven wrong.
I mean,
Pretty wrong.
There's a lot of stuff in the Jungle Cruise movie that's not super great. But you got The Rock. So there's that.
Yeah, but if I wanted to watch The Rock, I'd watch most of the Fast and Furious movies.
Well, I haven't seen any of the ones with him in it.
Oh my
I
goodness!
stopped at 3, so.
Anita Q. Hello! With a party of 7. Thank you. We're just I hate to say we're wrapping up, but we are getting done with Sea of Thieves here. We have done a 4-hour stream where Sargoto, who also likes pirates,
I only cried
Pirates of the
twice.
Caribbean, was talking to me, who is absolutely in love with Pirates of the Caribbean. They are my favorite movies of all time. And we were talking about their merits and demerits. And, like, I think I can say concretely, especially after all we talked about, I
Will is
still
an
think
idiot?
these movies- Oh, go on.
That's what you're gonna say, is that Will's an idiot.
Well, yes, Will Turner is an idiot, and that is a character trait that goes throughout the entire film franchise. But also, I was gonna say, I think these films are still, like, genuinely underrated. Like, I think people still look back on them and they're like, yeah, that was dumb. But no, I think they have a heart to them. They're well made. They're great. All of them.
I mean, I don't think I've ever heard anybody complain about that. I've heard about people talking about the third one being a little much.
Wow. Rub it in.
Just saying. Most people I talk to, because I was canvassing this as I was like streaming and stuff like that and hyping up this occurring basically, right? And basically, like, most people, the kind of consensus that I got from talking to randoms is the first one's amazing. It's so good. Second one still has a lot of its really good heart. By the third one, you're starting to lose some of the magic or whatever like that, but it's like still a watchable movie, basically, right?
It's a good wrap up to it. Listen, and I know this is unfair because there's like 50 of them now, but there are worse Marvel movies. Like, if you're gonna get into, you know, a weird movie universe, it's easier to get into Pirates weirdly because you watch 3 movies and it's like, okay, that was cool.
Well, that's
And
fair.
done.
I guess we were talking about the, yeah. I don't know, let me think here. So, it's my least favorite Marvel movie.
Second Thor.
No, I love the second Thor. I'm a huge
Yeah.
fan of the second Thor. And like, I understand that the second Thor has lots and lots and lots of issues, but I remember watching it and being like, wow, some of this stuff is better than Star Wars. So, like,
That's fair.
yeah. And one of the things that I always stand by with that movie, and like, again, there's tons of issues, blah, 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 whatever. Superhero fights are really, really hard to do well on cinema,
Okay.
right? And the same year, or around the same time that Thor 2 came out, Man of Steel came, not Man of Steel. Yeah, Man of Steel came out.
I hate that movie.
And, like, Man of Steel is a really, really, really good Superman movie for the first, like, half-ish of the movie. And then suddenly it becomes, like, the worst Superman movie for the second half of the movie.
Where he's not saving the day. If anything, he's actively destroying
Right.
things.
And the second half of that movie is literally like a 45-minute fight where you see a thing that's so strong you can't comprehend how strong it is punching something that is so strong it can't be punched.
Also, real quick, Anita, if you ever want to rewatch those movies, the original trilogy, literally just hit me up. This might be like my 12th walkthrough of them, and I'm ready for my 13th because I've literally only loved these movies more after doing all this research to talk to Sargoto about. But also, what was I just saying? I think it is emblematic of the problem with the Man of Steel that, like, him taking off to fly is actively destructive.
Right.
Like, it doesn't. Cause I saw a thing where it's like it's not that Zack Snyder doesn't understand Superman. It's that you don't like Man of Steel, and you want to know something? That's accurate. I don't like Man of Steel, but also he didn't do a good job with Superman. Like,
Yeah.
he made a like. He just made an unlikable Superman, and it wasn't good to watch.
Yeah. So my argument is around the same time that's when Thor 2 came out. And Thor 2, it's got a similar kind of problem when it comes to its characters, right? Thor's power set is very hard to convey on
Hey,
screen,
come over
right?
here.
And, yeah, okay. And the dark elf that he's fighting, which I'm blanking on his name right now, is... Malachite, thank you. Is also, like, unknown powers, you don't really... Whatever, blah, blah, right? And so how do you make that an interesting fight? And I think that, like, them moving between dimensions and stuff like that, whatever like that, like, is the spice that fight needs to be interesting in a way that Man of Steel's destroying of Metropolis is not, right? And then, obviously, like, them leading into Batman versus Superman with a little bit helps a teensy bit. By, like, kind of admitting that, like, hey, this is a really shitty thing that happened, and, like, maybe you should have been taking more time saving people's lives than punching your uncle or whatever.
But the problem is, like, besides the fact that Batman versus Superman is Batman versus Superman,
Yeah.
it also like leans into making that Superman unlikable because Batman isn't wrong that he is a legitimate threat to human life, just
Right.
inherently,
Right.
just by being.
But it's also weird that Batman is basically Thomas Wayne, and likes to
Yeah.
kill people too. Like what the? Nobody's likable in this universe. That's basically the Snyderverse in a nutshell, right?
Wonder Woman, and people did not like her second movie. So
Oof.
it's like again, okay, you can have a Batman who kills people, but like Zack Snyder again, not to rag on the man because I don't know him personally, but Zack Snyder's responsible for that.
More
Like,
gold.
it's dumb to think Batman wouldn't kill people, and I was like, you want the Punisher? That's the point of the Punisher. So
Right.
go do that movie, and you'll be fine. But that's not how you handle Like you can do a Batman who kills, but you gotta like you can't just be because Batman should kill. It has to do something else.
Yeah, I agree.
Clearly, Batman's one point is, I know I'm not as bad as them because I'm not out here killing people. And if you just take that away,
Well, like it's not to whatever, right? But like in Batman Beyond, where old Batman, when he finally decides to give up the cape and cowl or whatever like that, is because he's tempted to shoot a guy. And that scene in a stupid animated thing from the 2000s or whatever, right, is like so expertly great at showing exactly why Batman shouldn't just be freewheeling and killing people, right? Like,
well, sorry. And right now we've gone from pirate movie talk, and I still love those, but now we're just into general nerd talk.
yeah,
The DCAU is like literally the best version of the DC universe because the comics are incomprehensible,
Yeah.
and they totally failed at making a cinematic one.
Right.
So it's about as
look,
good as you're gonna.
there have
get
been
if you're looking-
2 good cinematic movies in that universe. Okay,
Shazam
sorry,
and
3.
Wonder Woman.
Sorry, 3.
Okay.
Yeah, Shazam, Wonder Woman.
That Wonder Woman was great.
Yeah, well,
like
the first one.
I love
I haven't seen the second one because
Get her
it's
name.
bad.
who did it in the 70s. Linda Carter.
Yeah.
I love Linda Carter as much as the next man, but Gal Gadot did great.
Yeah.
She did-
And then the Justice League,
Justice League.
the one with the, not Justice League. No, I'm sorry, Suicide Squad. The Suicide Squad. God damn.
Oh, okay.
But the
mean-
one with the, not the one that doesn't have the. You need the one with the.
Oh yes. Honestly, and again, you wouldn't. Going back to Pirates, it's kind of great that the 5th one flopped and was bad because now we don't have to worry about the, I guess POTCU, whatever that would look like.
Yeah.
Because
That's
we don't need it. They built a cool world and it doesn't need to be expanded like that. But like the Suicide Squad, even though there's not a particular reason for it, it reminds me of like what they're doing with Mobius, where it's like, the Sony universe is kind of the Marvel universe. And it's like, what is happening? No, no. No!
And just for the record, you want the one that was done by James Gunn. That's the one. That's right.
Yeah.
And then they did a spin-off show, which is also quite good.
I would mean to watch that, but I'm kind of tired. I mean, I've said this many times. Tired of superheroes who are just like violence, murder.
Yeah, you should watch it.
I do kind of want to get into Invincible.
There's
but,
some good heart in there. Invincible's also very good, but it's a lot as well.
I watched like a video on the summarizing the entire thing. Like, I know some people would be like, well, you spoiled it for yourself. But I mean, if anything, it just made me interested in actually reading Invincible. So.
Yeah, the comic sounds like it's read. I have not read any of it myself, but
And also, it's completed, and like, completed stories are underrated. Like, things should complete more. They shouldn't go on forever.
oh, you mean
Sometimes
like I was watching episode 165 of One Piece before we started this tonight, or 563,
Well, so I was about-
and I'm only halfway through.
Yeah. I was thinking about the comparisons with One Piece while watching Pirates, and I definitely think they have different themes. They just go for completely different aesthetics and executions of that
Right.
in different ways. So
But a lot of it's the same. I mean, the very beginning, the first 3 episodes or whatever like that, you see that like some of the pirates are assholes, right? You see that the Navy can be assholes, and then you have these pirates that are kind of trying to be like free running. Whatever's in the middle is kind of the whatever. So like
Exactly.
the big theme is, yeah, I think pretty similar, basically. Right?
Except Pirates takes 3 movies to get to some really wild ass territories, and even then they're still pretty much just doing pirate stuff.
Yeah.
Whereas One Piece is, I mean, I need to read it. I don't want to watch it. I want to read it, and it's gotten wild. It's been wild for a while, but I've heard it's fantastic. So
I mean, I argue it doesn't start to get really good until about, well, episode-wise, it's 400. I don't know what chapter that would be, but
well, we'll see. But I think that's a stream, and I appreciate. Sar, I had a great time with it. Thanks.
it's good.
I enjoyed it. You're great. Sar's great. Everyone go watch their Godo. He's amazing.
Yeah, but I'm no longer going to follow my stream schedule anymore. I'm going to stream whatever the heck I can do it. It's not going to be whatever anymore. So.
That's important, you know? Like,
Done.
schedules work for some people, but sometimes you just need to do what you feel.
You forgot to vote for dropping Athena, by the way.
Oh, sorry. You're right. You are absolutely right. Thank you for that. And while I do that,
So maybe go follow Cahill instead.
I mean, I definitely. Yeah, I am much like Pig. Like, I think Chen has talked before about just like I don't like schedules, and that's perfectly valid. Like, if this is a hobby for you, you should not be forcing.
It's not a
yourself to
hobby.
do
It's
it.
a second job.
That's fair. But still, like, that doesn't mean it has to be on a solid schedule. It just means, you know.
Yeah.
Also, I got a Sonic ad that played through my thing. That's great.
Sonic ad.
Yeah,
Super
Sonic.
Sonic.
Time to watch the Sonic cinematic universe.
Can't wait till we get the dang it, the name of the character.
Knuckle Shell.
Rouge the Bat spin-off movie. That's it.
A Rouge the Bat heist movie.
There you go.
That'll be cool. Actually, I would watch that now. But also, I don't know. I like Sargoto. Sar, do what makes you happy. Great. And like, you're perfectly valid just doing streaming whenever you want. Plenty of people do that. You're fine.
Yep.
Everyone go rock.
I'm not happy about it.
I'm gonna raid Gam.
Why are you raiding Gam?
Okay, who should I raid?
I don't know. Who we raiding? You want to raid Gam? We can raid Gam.
Gam is making Lego R2D. Oh wait, no, Chen is streaming. Why am I an idiot? Chen is almost never streaming, but I'm streaming, so I absolutely need to do that.
I mean, I thought that's where you're going to aim. Honestly, that's why I was surprised you were with Gam.
I'm dumb. I'm dumb. I'm gonna see you guys later.
So, in other words, you're Will Turner, huh?
Yes, I will turn Elizabeth. Bye.
Bye, Cahill and chat.
Well, here's the thing. I'm still here because fucking because
My stream's still live currently, so you're all hearing you say this.
I am dumb. I am dumb.
Great go.
Thanks.